Chapter 761. Before knocking on the door, Chain's mind was filled with all sorts of negative thoughts. He worried that his wife might be angry upon seeing him return, that his daughter might be cold despite her letters, that his son-in-law whom he was meeting for the first time might find him uncomfortable, and that he might be driven away without even seeing his grandchild's face. The worst possible scenarios crowded Chain's mind. As he had not been a devoted family man, the fear took a concrete form and choked him. But Chain exhaled and summoned the courage to knock on the door. He had already seen the end of the world on the battlefield. He wanted to apologize for his past mistakes before it was too late, and he wanted to see the faces of his precious, still living loved ones at least once. Knock, knock. After knocking, what felt like an eternity passed. "Yes, I'm coming." A young woman's voice came from inside, and the door opened. The young woman's eyes widened. Chain didn't recognize her at first, but she immediately recognized him. Dad! Kate, his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years, was now an adult, grown beyond recognition. With a slightly awkward but bright smile, she gestured him inside. "You must have had a hard time traveling. It's cold outside. Come in quickly." "Hurry." Kate tugged at Chain's hesitant sleeve and pulled him inside. Chain awkwardly entered the house. Inside, a sturdy young man was moving a pile of firewood. Kate patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Al, greet him. This is my dad." "What? Oh, hello, father-in-law." The young man, who had dropped the pile of firewood to the ground, greeted him stiffly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Kate. My name is Al. I look forward to your guidance." Chain, who was just as stiff, spoke in a trembling voice.
"I'm sorry."
"Yes? What do you mean?" "For not being there for the wedding." "Oh no. It's me who should apologize to Kate. I didn't have any savings as an orphan, so we couldn't have a proper wedding. No, if I had saved up properly. Oh no. We will work harder and—" As the son-in-law and father-in-law kept bowing apologetically to each other. Mom, Dad's here." Kate ran towards the kitchen connected to the living room, shouting. His wife stood at the stove, her back turned. Despite the news of her husband's return, she silently stirred the pot. Chain, approaching her, stopped at a distance, leaning on his crutch. "Hannah." When he cautiously called her name, his wife stopped stirring the pot and spoke in a curt voice. "I heard the news. You've been fighting at Crossroad all this time." "Huh? Aha. I wondered which front you were working as a mercenary on, and it turned out to be that notorious monster front?" Her voice carried layers of resentment and sorrow, and also, well, at least, you were fighting to save the world, not just to line the pockets of some other kings or nobles. A faint sense of pride. Turning slightly, she gave him a smile with more wrinkles than he remembered but still the same. "That's what makes you admirable." Only then did Chain understand the source of the goodwill from his daughter, son-in-law, and wife. Everyone knew that the people of the World Guardian Front fought to save the world. Everyone knew that the world continued to exist because of those who sacrificed their lives there. Chain, who was retiring after a great battle, was rightfully someone to be respected. Everyone knew that, except Chain himself. "Why are you so cautious? Are you afraid we can't even treat a hero who saved the world to a meal?" "But," Chain stammered, "I've been away for 10 years. I knew from the moment I first saw you that wizards don't stick around at home." Hannah lifted the pot with both hands, making a grunt. "It would be a lie to say I don't have any resentment. But if you had been as shameless as before, I would have gotten angry. But you look like a beaten old dog, so I can't even get mad." "Come sit at the table, wandering black wizard. It's New Year, so let's have some meatball stew. We can talk after that." Hannah carried the large pot to the table. The table was already set with a tablecloth and utensils. Al, the son-in-law, came over to support the still hesitant Chain. Chain sat down, placed his crutch beside him, and blankly stared at the table being set with warm food. Hannah quietly served him a large portion of stew. "Dad, before you eat." Kate ran into an inner room and came out holding something very small wrapped in a blanket. "You should greet your grandchild too." Kate carefully showed the tiny baby nestled in her arms. The baby was sleeping soundly, its small, weak breaths barely audible. Seeing the innocent face of the baby, Chain suddenly saw the faces of his fallen comrades. For another child, for this world, and for this baby, he saw the eternally resting faces of his comrades who died fighting. Chain, choking with emotion, finally smiled and whispered softly, "Happy New Year, little one," feeling the profound meaning of all the battles, all the struggles to protect the world. May you continue to receive blessings next year, and the year after that, forever. Blessings to you, little one. Crossroad. Junior's room. Bang, 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 bang. Junior, trying to focus on a book that wasn't holding her attention due to her uneasy mind, was startled by the sudden rough knocking at the door. "What is it?" Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The persistent knocking made Junior hurry to the door and cautiously open it. Standing outside was Huff, Huff, Huff. Hecate. It was Hecate. She was dressed just as she had been for her date with Lucas, meticulously done up. Junior blinked in surprise. "Didn't you go on a date with Sir Lucas? Why are you back so soon?" Hecate, stammering, shouted with a flushed face. "I broke up with Lucas." Junior, not understanding the context, blinked. What? I dumped that stuck-up guy. Can you believe it?" "Well, technically, he let himself be dumped." Hecate, rambling, suddenly wobbled as if her legs gave out. Junior quickly supported her and guided her to a chair by the table. Hecate briefly explained what had happened during the date. That she decided to be reborn anew, having lost everything. That to do so, she had to let go of Lucas, her first love and obsession, completely. "So my heart feels clear, so clear, like there's a hole in it, a huge hole bigger than my body." Hecate, covering her face with both hands, took a deep breath. Junior made a cup of warm honey tea and placed it in front of her. For a while, the only sounds in the room were the crackling of the fireplace and the faint, calming scent of honey from the tea. After a long silence, "I still don't know where to go or what I can become," Hecate said in a voice tinged with tears, slowly removing her hands from her face. "But I'll go somewhere, become something. I won't fear any new where or what anymore. If I keep trying, I'll eventually find it, what I truly want to do in this world." Junior nodded at Hecate's rambling words. "You will, definitely." Hecate, her eyes red, looked at Junior and then lowered her gaze. "And that time you said, were you serious, Junior?" "Huh? What did I say?" "When you said I could visit your resort with a swimming pool when you retire." Hecate's voice trembled. "When you said I could come to your dream, was that real?" "Of course. If you come, I'll always open the door for you." Junior shrugged playfully. "In return, when you find your dream, you have to tell me. I want to visit your dream too." "Okay. Then we're both making a promise." "We're both making a promise." Their conversation paused. In the ensuing peaceful silence, the two women quietly looked at each other. The deep chasm of history between them was still too vast, didn't mind the enmity, and looked Junior in the eyes. There she saw a person, just like herself, wounded and bleeding, yet still walking towards her dream. And at the same time, a young woman who simply wanted to be friends with her. Hecate smiled unconsciously. "Hey, Junior." "Yes. Do you remember reaching out to me for a handshake a few days ago?" Did I?" "You did. You said you'd go through any funny, absurd thing with me, that we should live together, that you wanted to be my friend." Junior's cheeks flushed. "Oh, right. I remember. Sorry for being so silly." But we couldn't shake hands because of the monster attack and all that, right? This time, Hecate, feeling shy, stammered. But she didn't hesitate anymore. Can you offer me that handshake again? Junior, surprised for a moment, then smiled. Of course, anytime. In the room, the fireplace crackled, and the scent of honey warmed the air as snow silently piled up outside the window. Without saying a word, they both slowly reached out to each other. And finally, their fingers gently clasped together, as if they were laying a bridge across a deep chasm for the first time. Very slowly, very gently. Crossroad, Central Plaza. On New Year's Day, the plaza was filled with citizens and soldiers enjoying the peaceful afternoon air. Evangeline sat on a bench in a corner of the plaza, her chin resting on her hand, wearing a deeply sullen expression. It's so unfair, so unfair. She muttered continuously with a voice filled with resentment and frustration. I can't live like this. How do I release this grudge? Frightened citizens, sensing the negative aura emanating from Evangeline, hurriedly moved away. Ignoring them, Evangeline continued to exude a dark, brooding air. At that moment, what are you doing? Evangeline turned to see a familiar blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight. It was Lucas, dressed in neat civilian clothes. Evangeline snorted and turned away, grumbling again. Don't mind me. Mr. Handsome who went on a date today, I'm just growling, because I set a rare record of 0 confessions and 1 rejection. Ha ha. That's a funny story. Lucas laughed out loud. Evangeline glared at him with narrowed eyes. Is that funny, old man? Not teasing. Just amazed. Lucas sat down next to Evangeline with a thud. I'm also in the 0 confessions and 1 rejection state. Chapter 762. Snow quietly fell from the sky. Evangeline exhaled white breath and slowly murmured. So that's how it happened. Lucas nodded slowly. That's how it happened. Today, Lucas and Evangeline shared what had happened to each of them. Having both achieved the unprecedented record of 0 confessions and 1 rejection on the same day, they were sharing the same feelings. Felt unfair. Well, it's somewhat a relief, Lucas chuckled. If Hecate had continued to struggle, I was thinking of helping her as a supporter. After all, we're friends. As a friend. As a friend. I've never thought of Hecate as anything more than that. You're really good at building walls. But it seems like she's decided to pull herself together and stand up. We should cheer her on. Evangeline sighed lightly and clasped her hands behind her head, leaning her head back. I'm also relieved. That waiter decided to give up. Was it that hard to turn him down? Well, he's also a resident of the city I'll be governing. And to be honest, it was the first confession I'd ever received. Ah! Lucas suddenly burst into laughter. Evangeline glared at him with narrowed eyes. Why are you laughing now? No, it's just... Lucas looked up at the sky with his blue eyes and murmured. It's funny how we're reporting this to each other. Evangeline puffed out her cheeks slightly and looked at Lucas's side profile. She suddenly stood up with a noise. We can't just let this end with us being unfairly rejected, can we? Evangeline raised her small fists and showed her determination. Lucas tilted his head. 0 confessions and 1 rejection is certainly unfair, but... So? How do we overturn this score? Then Evangeline gave a mischievous smile. Let's go reject someone too. Spread the score of 0 confessions and 1 rejection to increase the number of innocent victims. Who? It was quite a crazy idea, but for Lucas, who had been dumped without doing anything, he found the proposal oddly appealing. But who? Who would be the unfortunate victim? Evangeline's mischievous smile deepened. As if she had someone in mind from the beginning, she whispered quietly. How about the person who seems to have never been rejected on this front? It's the first day of the new year, but I always have a lot of work. Horrible, so horrible. Humming a song I made up on the spot, I was handling various documents in the Lord's office when there was a knock on the door. My 2 knights walked in side by side. I waved at them, Did you both have fun? How's the atmosphere in the streets? I took a brief look around earlier, but I was busy, so I only stopped by the temple and came right back. But Lucas and Evangeline didn't respond. They were nudging each other, signaling you go first. No, you go first, until Evangeline finally stepped forward. I blinked, not knowing what was going on. What are they up to? Is something wrong?
Senior.
Well, clearing her throat and adjusting her voice, Evangeline stood in front of my desk. After glancing around and organizing her thoughts, she began to speak. Actually, at first, I think I liked you a bit, Senior. I was surprised but listened quietly. Evangeline scratched her cheek and continued. You came to rescue me when I was isolated in front of the Golem army, taught me and led me in place of my father, defeated any enemy without hesitation, and knew everything. Honestly, to my young self, you were like a prince on a white horse. So, yes, honestly, I liked you. I looked at the grown-up figure of my shield knight standing before me. The 16-year-old kid I first met was no longer there. 3 years had passed, and Evangeline Cross, now an adult, was speaking her mind shyly but calmly. But as time passed, I realized that feeling wasn't love, but admiration. You had many things I didn't have: maturity, wisdom, a strong heart. I wanted to be like you, a commander like you, a lord like you, a leader like you. Evangeline no longer avoided my gaze, her emerald eyes shining as she looked straight at me. But now I also know, you and I are different people. I can learn from you, but I can't be a leader just like you. I'll govern Crossroad in my way, making my own path. Well, of course, that's still a few months away. Although I hadn't taught or passed down anything, the rightful heir of this land had grown up so much on her own and was smiling brightly. Forever, you'll be my object of admiration, Senior. But Evangeline Cross will live in her way. Thank you, Senior, truly, for all you've taught, all you've given, and, most importantly, for making me love this city again. Hearing Evangeline's sudden but firm declaration of independence made me realize that my 3 years as the Lord of Crossroad were almost up, and that I had to reach the ending and return this land to her. Because I also wanted to see Evangeline become a great lord, ruling this city in her unique way. How should I finish this? Stumbling over her words, Evangeline finally exclaimed and stepped back, hitting Lucas on the shoulder. Okay, I'm done. Bat and touch. It's your turn, old man. Lucas, rubbing his shoulder, squinted his blue eyes and stepped forward to stand before me. I smiled, finding the situation amusing, and focused on Lucas. What would he say? There was a time when my life had no purpose other than serving my lord. Lucas slowly began to speak. A time when protecting my lord was my sole purpose in life. It might have been due to guilt from my youth, or it might have been my duty as a knight. Anyway, my life's purpose was solely to follow my lord's orders. Lucas, who had been looking down at the floor, slowly raised his head. But staying in this city with my lord, seeing and feeling many things, I've gained many precious things. Suddenly, I recalled a memory. When was it? We had each taken a spot on the garden sunbed, lying down and basking in the sun, overlooking all of Crossroad. It has become precious to me, so I want to protect it. Lucas had told me then that he treasured his other companions too. And now Lucas had grown even more since then. Those I fight alongside have become precious to me, and the entire city has become precious. Furthermore, I believe this whole world is worth protecting. At first, it was enough to be the sword you wielded, Lord. It was enough to be the blade following your orders without any awareness or thought. But now, arrogantly, I want to follow your banner with my heart. I looked into the eyes of Lucas, who had undergone many changes over the past 3 years. The blue eyes of a knight that were once unbelievably cold, blazing like a beast, and as dead as metal devoid of emotion, were now deep like a well. A well containing many emotions, calm and serene. I now want to fight for your banner not as your hunting dog, but with my own will. Will you allow me, my lord? I gave a faint smile. Of course. Then I looked alternately at the two knights standing before me. My knights, who had grown a head taller both in body and spirit, and I decided to accept their declaration of independence with joy. I didn't say anything more but stood up and lightly embraced both knights, patting their shoulders. You've grown well, all of you. They've grown up. In an instant they grew so much so quickly. As I let go of the embrace, Evangeline and Lucas, who had been looking awkwardly at each other, opened the office door and ran outside. Then this, let's say we did it to you, senior. Thank you, my lord. Wait, what do you mean by that? I was about to ask, not fully understanding the context of this declaration of independence, but they didn't answer and quickly fled. 0 confessions, 2 rejections. Congratulations. Congratulations on breaking the record. My lord. Wait, what do you mean by that dash? I scratched my head, watching the two knights run down the stairs and out of the lord's mansion. Well, whatever works. I chuckled, watching the backs of my two knights running side by side. The new year had begun. Whether it would be cut short in a few months or continue, I didn't know yet, but watching people grow every year is a joyous and delightful thing. Huff, 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 huff. The two knights, who had fled desperately, caught their breath in a nearby clearing. Evangeline wiped her chin and grumbled. Weren't we supposed to go reject someone? Why did it turn into us confessing our past feelings? You set the mood like that. Lucas, stretching his back, laughed heartily. Well, still, it made me feel a bit less unfair. Evangeline, glaring at Lucas, bit her lip, and, since she had already made an embarrassing confession, she decided to ask an equally embarrassing question. By the way, old man, you said earlier that those you fight alongside have become precious to you. Yes. Then am I precious to you too? It was a big question for her, but Lucas answered immediately.
No.
Just as Evangeline's face was about to turn red with anger, Lucas added, You're very precious. This time, her face turned red for a different reason. Wait, what does that mean? Very precious? Why did he answer like that? What is the speaker's intention with those words? Is it that? Precious as a comrade? Precious as a capable shield knight in close combat? Is that the build-up he intends to follow? Then Lucas, still with a mysterious and shameless expression, glanced at Evangeline. Evangeline, it's your birthday soon, right? Oh, what? You remember. After this birthday, you'll be an adult. Yes, I will finally meet the conditions to inherit the title of Margrave. Yes. Lucas exhaled deeply. When this war is over, and you become an adult. And then, Evangeline swallowed hard. When she becomes an adult, what? Lucas cleared his throat and began walking ahead. I'll tell you then. What? Well, you'll hear then. Can't you just tell me now? Why delay it, making me curious? Tell me right now.
No.
Lucas added bluntly. I've waited a long time too. You can wait a little longer. Saying that, Lucas's earlobes turned red as he walked away. Ha! Evangeline, her face turning bright red, covered her mouth and made a strange noise. Wait, what? What? White snow continued to fall. It was the first day of the new year. Chapter 763. The respite left until stage 46 isn't very long. Despite the hardships of rushing through the previous stages, we've only bought ourselves a few weeks. In fact, it might be more accurate to say that we've managed to gain this much time because of our hard work. After finishing the repairs on the equipment that was under maintenance, we created new gear with the newly acquired magic cores. We upgraded the overall equipment level of the soldiers, expanded various defensive artifacts, and continued the soldiers' training. We held funerals for the dead and allocated budgets for the living. Busily and diligently we prepared for the next stage. At the same time, the grand strategy for the true ending was also being prepared. Rumble, rumble, rumble dash. La Mancha, which had been urgently dispatched north during the rest period, returned to Crossroad. Hanging beneath La Mancha was a giant black spike, the very reason why the only warship on the front was dispatched. La Mancha carefully placed the black spike on the eastern plains and landed the ship beside it. I hurried to the spot. Father! As soon as La Mancha finished landing, the hatch opened, and the Emperor, the guards, and the wizards poured out. The Emperor, wearing a prosthetic leg and an eye patch over his lost eye, had left his empty sleeve fluttering where his arm once was. Welcome back. Did you have a good trip? As I greeted him, the Emperor, seemingly accustomed to his prosthetic leg, grumbled with a casual gait. You're a scary son, making your father work in this condition. It was a task only you could accomplish, father. Bah! Enough. Anyway, I brought what you asked for. The Emperor glanced at the black spike. It's the main body of Everblack. The black spike was the condensed form of humanity's guardian, Everblack. It was brought here to Crossroad from New Terra to transplant the Everblack itself. You're moving the walls from New Terra, the guardian tree, and next, will you move the entire palace? Haha. Thank you and sorry. Of course, if it helps fend off the monsters, I would bring everything, including the palace. But for now, this Everblack is sufficient. The wizards who came down from the imperial capital with the Emperor embedded the black spike into the eastern plains, drew a magic circle around it, and began some sort of ritual. Soon, the spike transformed into a giant thorn tree, burrowing into the ground. As you know, Everblack's roots reach the spiritual world. Its physical location in this world doesn't matter much. The main body in the spiritual world doesn't change its position. The Emperor looked at me steadily. Despite that, you insisted on transplanting it here. There must be a reason, son? Yes. I gently touched the trunk of the thorn tree, which quickly grew and spread out, and added quietly. It is essential for reaching the true ending I have in mind. The relocated Everblack quickly regained its function, and I accessed the spiritual world for the first time in a while. You're bringing me along here? The Emperor looked perplexed, but he agreed to accompany me. If it's necessary to protect the Empire, how could I refuse? I must lead and break my bones for this cause, although I feel like I've already done enough bone breaking and reshaping. Then he dramatically flapped his empty sleeve. This man. It's hard to tell if he's joking or holding a grudge with that serious face. Let's go, father. All right. There are multiple reasons why I brought Everblack's main body here. One of them is to fix the coordinates for entering the spiritual world. While it's not difficult to access the spiritual world by synthesizing Everblack's branches, the entry coordinates are random. In other words, you never know where you'll end up in the spiritual world. However, accessing through the main body of Everblack in the physical world allows for a direct entry following the roots of Everblack planted in the spiritual world. This method is the best optimized way to reach my destination, the roots of Everblack. Splash! Wading through the swirling currents of magical energy, the Emperor and I, now in our spiritual forms, swam downwards as if diving into the depths of the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the Emperor's form was restored, with both eyes, both arms, and both legs intact. I checked my own form and found no significant changes compared to before, but instead, a red and a black flame were slowly rotating within my chest, and floating above my head was a silver halo, resembling a crown. I decided not to think too deeply about it. Let's consider it a power-up and a new skin. Flying through a sky filled with auroras of various colors, we swam through the void, diving deeper into the spiritual world. The trunk and roots of Everblack extended from the top of the sky in the spiritual world to the ground below, and the Emperor and I slowly slid down along these roots. After a long time, we finally reached the end of the roots. Swoosh! The scenery of the spiritual world hadn't changed a bit since my last visit. A white beach with transparent, colorless seawater rolling in. I was confined here for quite a long time, The emperor seemed to feel differently returning to the site of his lifelong battlefield. It's surprising that this place, which I always considered a battlefield, can be so peaceful. I looked towards the sea. There, four giants stood like statues, looking down at us. The guardian gods of the other races, the alien gods. Currently, they lend their power to our world guardian front, representing the gods of the other races. Although they used to fight the emperor to the death, now they just looked at us with inorganic eyes. So, why did we come here? The emperor looked around and asked, "What business do you have in this empty space between life and death?" This way. I led the way down to the end of Everblack's thorn branch. And there, she was still there. At the end of the black thorn branches intertwined like a net. She was hanging there, bound all over her body. Blood continuously flowed from her body pierced by the thorns, and the blood dripping down caused flames to rise on her body. Bleeding from wounds, burning alive, serving as the living fuel to keep the thorn tree alive. She, the goddess, still had a peaceful face. "It's been a while." I showed my respect. "Goddess. Haha. It hasn't been that long for me. But yes, it's been a while, Ash." The goddess turned her head and smiled softly at the emperor who had followed me. And Traha too. I looked back at the emperor. I expected him to pay his respects to the goddess. But the emperor showed no reaction and coldly surveyed the space where the roots and trunk of Everblack had descended. I asked, slightly puzzled, "Father, won't you greet the goddess?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The emperor frowned and stared straight at me. "There's nothing here." I quickly turned back. The burning woman was definitely there, with an even sadder smile. "Can you not see the goddess, father?" "Goddess? What nonsense is this, Ash? Do you mean to say you can't see the woman burning, bound in the air over there?" "I see neither flames nor a woman." The emperor shook his head slightly. "Only an empty void of cold nothingness." After the emperor left the space, I stood alone before the goddess and cautiously asked, "Why can't father see you?" "Haha. It's the opposite." The burning woman smiled bitterly. "No one in the world can observe me, because I'm a non-existent being. That's the condition of my confinement. So no one can find or touch me. You're special. Then why can I? I told you before, Dustia is my descendant. And you, who inherited Dustia's blood, are also my descendant." I recalled my mother, Dustia, and the curse of the one-man succession lineage passed down to me from her. The curse of regression. So, that means, yes, it started from me. The curse I received as the price for fulfilling my wish long ago has been passed down through generations. The goddess showed an apologetic expression. "Because of that curse, all my descendants faced difficult fates. I'm truly sorry for that. But in the end, you were born from all those intertwined threads of destiny, and you came to see me who has been forgotten by everyone. It might be selfish, but I'm a little happy." I had one question, so I asked cautiously. "It seemed like you communicated with Ader. How did you talk to him?" "Because that child made the same choice as I did. So we were able to connect." "Ader made the same choice as the goddess?" I wanted to ask more, but the goddess seemed unwilling to talk about Ader. "You should ask Ader about Ader. I don't think I can speak about his resolve. But if you have any other questions, I'll answer them. You have earned that right now." The goddess smiled benevolently. "What troubles have brought you here today, my distant descendant?" Taking a small breath, I looked straight at the goddess. "Could you tell me your story, goddess?" The reason she was confined here in this form, which I hadn't heard last time, as the price for giving fire to humanity, and as the price for sustaining that fire, I accepted the punishment of burning my body forever. The reason this world is in its current state. The goddess has been deeply involved in it. I was certain that the goddess was the last piece of the puzzle I needed. The goddess tilted her head slightly. "I don't mind, but it will be a long and boring story, won't it? Aren't you very busy?" It's something I need to know, and more importantly, I smiled slyly and sat comfortably in front of the goddess. What could be more enjoyable than a grandchild listening to their grandmother's stories? The goddess's eyes sparkled with amusement through the flames. You cheeky little. Then the goddess slowly began to speak. A story from a distant past, about a thief who stole the magical fire and brought it to the world of humans. After hearing all the stories, I left the roots of Everblack. The Emperor was standing on the beach, chatting with the alien gods. Seeing them having a peaceful conversation after once fighting to the death felt strange. Are you done, Ash? Yes. Good. Then let's head back. It seems quite a bit of time has passed. The Emperor, having said his goodbyes to the alien gods, led the way, ascending through the void along the thorny trunk. The suffocating turbulence of magical energy whipped around us like a lash, shaking our path, but Everblack guided us, and we safely ascended towards reality, following the lighthouse's directions. As we were returning to reality, Ash. Yes. Was there really a goddess there? Yes. The Emperor, hesitating for a moment, cautiously asked, Is it related to Dustia? I nodded slightly. Yes. I see, I understand. The Emperor, after a moment of hesitation, let out a long breath. Ash, I wasn't a good husband. But I want to be a good father. I chuckled softly. You already are a good father. The Emperor glanced at me with his intense eyes, hiding his true feelings. In the next moment, his face aged instantly. An eye patch covered his eye, and his strong arm and leg disappeared, transforming into an empty sleeve and a prosthetic leg. Swoosh! We had exited the spiritual world and returned to reality. As soon as we returned to the side of Everblack, the waiting troops immediately prostrated themselves to greet the Emperor. Long live His Imperial Majesty. We pay our respects to the Supreme Ruler of the Empire. Congratulations on your safe return, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded slightly, accepting the salute. How long have we been in there? A week, Your Majesty. Supporting the Emperor as we walked, I was startled. A whole week had passed? Lucas, waiting with the other knights, nodded heavily at me. The next monster horde invasion is about to begin, my lord. What about the preparations I ordered? Everything has been diligently prepared. Lucas smiled slightly and winked. Was your mission successful? Yes. I glanced back at the now even more sprawling Everblack and murmured quietly. I've secured the last piece of the puzzle. And I had also confirmed the path I would take. The path that would make me the most hated tyrant in the eyes of all humanity. But the one and only path to the true ending. Chapter 764. Dungeon Beneath the Lake Kingdom. Base Camp. As the next monster invasion, the flood, was imminent, the place was bustling. Regardless of previous conquests, intense evil energy emanating from the center of the Lake Kingdom. The king's castle enveloped the entire kingdom. Though the base camp was intact, the entire kingdom was shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. Squeak, 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 squeak. Outside the base camp, the sound of insects gnawing in the darkness echoed, and I felt numerous red eyes staring at me from within. But ignoring them, I proceeded to my intended destination. It was a magic workshop where a massive which silently stirred the contents of a cauldron. Grandma Coco. When I called, Coco turned to me with weary eyes. I smiled slightly. How have you been? Young prince. No, I can't call you that anymore. Coco removed her hand from the cauldron and turned to me. What business does the last hope of this world have with an old witch in the outskirts? I need you, Grandma Coco. I got straight to the point. Come to Crossroad, Coco. We need you for the final journey. Coco, who hadn't answered for a while, sighed deeply and shook her head. To save the world, you must ultimately kill Nameless. That child must die. So I can no longer help you. Even if it's for the world, I cannot kill that child, Nameless. I listened quietly. Coco cast her gaze deep into the dungeon. The princess, no, Nameless, is already beyond redemption. She transformed into a monster right in front of the king's castle. There's no way to save her anymore. She chose to embrace all the darkness of this kingdom. She chose to bear all the suffering of its people by herself. It was a predetermined fate from the start. Coco shook her head sadly. The only thing I can do is to be by her side when she destroys the world. I heard you were the nanny who raised Nameless, Grandma Coco. Coco smiled bitterly at my words. I thought of her as my granddaughter. I think of Nameless as my friend. I looked Coco straight in the eyes. Coco lowered her head, hiding her eyes under her hat brim. And yet you intend to kill her? To save the world?
Non.
I grinned broadly. I will save her.
C'était impossible.
Nameless has become the embodiment of all nightmares. Once she gathers all her strength, she will set out to annihilate the world. Coco shook her head again. Either the world or that child must disappear. There is a way, but I spoke with conviction. To save both this world and Nameless. Just one way. Coco looked at me with disbelief, but I smiled confidently. For that method, Grandma Coco, I need your help. First, tell me, what do you want me to help with? I got to the point. I want to transfer the dimensional travel magic circuit from the demon species ship to our ship. I need your help with this. It was a task only Coco, the master of ancient teleportation magic, could handle, as it was beyond modern magic capabilities. Coco tilted her head as if she couldn't fully understand. I can help with that, but how does that save the world and Nameless? That ship is needed for the final squad to set out, to save everyone within my reach, and to end this endlessly repetitive defense game forever. To the final stage, the last stage of this game that I must prepare. I explained the detailed plan to Coco. After much deliberation, Coco agreed to help. It seemed she found significance in the mere attempt to save Nameless, however slim the possibility. Thus, I succeeded in recruiting Coco. Not only Coco but also the adventurers remaining at the base camp. Even the sword demon and spear demon from the slum village. I persuaded all who could fight to join my forces. As the final battle approached, I gathered every possible strength. These people, who spent their days slashing monsters in the dungeon, would be a formidable force. As the brief respite was ending and stage 46, marking the start of the final 5 consecutive battles, was approaching quickly. Screech Dash, a new airship, unlike any seen before, flew over Crossroad. It was a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, with a skull painted on it. As soldiers aimed their weapons warily at the suddenly appearing unknown airship, I muttered reluctantly, "Ghost pirate ship?" Recalling the ghost pirate monster legion we faced before, King Poseidon, who had approached me, shook his head.
Non.
They are not monsters. They are reinforcements, I called. Oh, so they are the ones you mentioned before. Yes. A faint relief appeared on King Poseidon's old, weary face. Pirate King Rompeler. With a thud, a giant anchor dropped from the pirate ship, and the massive vessel slowly landed. Those aboard wore a unified uniform marine attire, looking like a well-disciplined army at a glance. Leading them were twin siblings in admiral uniforms. The twins, who looked quite young, both had transparent blue hair. Both also had a long scar running across the bridge of their noses. Captain of the Rompeler pirate crew, Rompeler. Captain of the Rompeler pirate crew, Rompeler. They spoke almost simultaneously. Were the twins co-captains? The twin pirates standing before me and King Poseidon bowed together and then bowed again to me. We've come to join the World Guardian Front at the call of the Merfolk King. We owe Uncle Poseidon several life debts. We'll help too. I smiled brightly and extended my hand for a handshake. Welcome, Rompeler. We appreciate your coming. So, you're the famous Born Hater? The female Rompeler whistled while looking at me, and the male Rompeler smiled dangerously. The legend written on this monster front has spread even to the outer seas. I'll be watching your skills with interest. I laughed quietly. It's not about watching, but you'll also have to fight together now. Who? At that moment, Kuolin, who had been watching from a distance with his arms crossed, let out an uncomfortable breath. The two pirates glanced at him, and the next moment, Kuolin and the two Rompelers started a staring contest. Oh, right. Kuolin, this guy, is also more famous as the Bandit King. Suddenly, a confrontation between the Bandit King and the Pirate King was formed. Kuolin's subordinates hurriedly stood behind Kuolin, showing off their muscles, while Rompeler's subordinates smirked and began meticulously cleaning their ship. This, the ultimate showdown. Which is stronger, bandits or pirates? This is a pretty hot topic, isn't it? Although it seems the confrontation has shifted from fighting to a muscle and ship-showing contest. I swallowed dryly and watched the conflict between the two. And just when the tension between the two groups reached its peak. A clear female nasal voice cut through the tension like a bolt of lightning. So many familiar faces gathered here? Walking toward us was Serenade in an elegant suit, followed by the people from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Serenade wore a smiling face, but under her slightly narrowed silver eyes, a terrifying chill exuded. The people following her were visibly furious, and as soon as they identified them, both the bandits and pirates screamed and fled as fast as they could. Kaya! Yuwa! It's Silver Winter.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for being born. I'm sorry for being born. I'm sorry for being born. I'll never steal again. Please show mercy. Now that I think about it, merchants and bandits va pirates are intricately entwined, aren't they? While the small fry bandits and pirates fled hand in hand, Kuolin and the Rompelers remained, still engaged in their staring contest. However, Kuolin was trembling, glancing nervously at Serenade, while the Rompelers, their faces pale, quivered their lips. Silver Winter might be a scarier guild than I thought. Seeing the Bandit King and Pirate King tremble, I broke out in a cold sweat. Are they really that terrifying?
Top?
Serenade stood between the Bandit King and Pirate King, smiling sweetly. Kuolin, we already reached an agreement regarding your debt before, didn't we? Yes, that's right, sister-in-law. Fufu, all right, continue to behave yourself. You may go. Thank you. I will live repentantly. Kuolin, who repeatedly bowed, sighed in relief and retreated. What kind of agreement did they reach? And since when did he start calling her sister-in-law? Serenade seemed to like the title, nodding a few times, then glared at the Rompelers. And the notorious Rompelers. Finally, we meet. Serenade, adjusting her glasses, pulled out a ledger from her bosom and began reading aloud. The damage you've caused to our guild, 26 merchant ships, and the jewels, pepper, spices, silk, porcelain they carried. The endless list made the two pirates break out in cold sweat. And on top of that, 172 damage claims filed against the Rompeler pirate crew entrusted to us by the Continental Merchants Association. Snap. Closing the ledger, Serenade smiled coldly. We need to settle these issues first, don't we? Well, you see, life was a bit tough, so we acted on impulse. The two pirates shrank like mice before a cat. I always thought that when merchants meet bandits or pirates, the merchants usually yield. But it seems this flips when it involves high-ranking individuals. I would love to settle this right here and now. Serenade sighed and removed her glasses. Considering the fact that the Rompeler pirate crew, though they stole goods, did not harm people, and that you voluntarily came to the front lines to help defend the world for a noble cause. The almost tearful faces of the two pirates brightened with hope. If you fight diligently and give your all in the upcoming monster defense battles, if you help in protecting the world. Serenade looked at their hair, the same transparent blue color as hers, the color of the merfolk. thus elevating the honor of the merfolk and positively impacting the future of our kin. Serenade waved the ledger in her hand. I will take responsibility for these ledgers, and I will personally handle the compensation claims. Is that true, Master of Silver Winter? Indeed, the world's best merchant guild. You have a big heart. The two pirates hugged each other and jumped with joy. I approached Serenade and put my hand on her shoulder. Serenade sighed shortly and glanced up at me, as if to say, "Did I do well?" I nodded gently. "Thank you." I felt like I was always saying this, but still, I was grateful to her for resolving past grudges for the harmony of the entire front. Thus, the enemies of yesterday became allies today. I looked around. Kings and lords from all over the world, chiefs and rulers, adventurers, warriors, magicians, pirates, bandits, merchants, humans, and mixed races, immortals from 500 years ago, and people of the present, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the same star for a greater cause. Everyone I could gather was here. After making eye contact with each one of them, I spoke. "Let's go." Boom. Boom dash. Boom dash. The sound of drums echoed from afar. It was the signal that the monsters were approaching the city. As the start of the final 5 consecutive battles approached, I grinned. To the end of this war. Chapter 765. The opponent in the 46th defense battle is the Rat Legion. The Legion worships the Great Mother Rat, the mother of all rats, as its lord and god. It is the embodiment and collective force of all rat-type monsters. Swoosh! The Rat Legion, rising from the black lake with foam, was an orderly sight. Enlarged ratmen stood heavily armed at the forefront, followed by agile ratmen in bone armor forming ranks. And behind these elite troops was rumble. A thunderous sound accompanied the appearance of an unbelievably massive cart. On this cart was a huge mound of flesh, almost the size of a small mountain. Near the top of this colossal flesh, there was a small head breathing heavily, wearing a crown made of bones. This being was the Great Mother Rat, the mother of all rats and the commander of the Monster Legion. Even at this moment, the Great Mother Rat's enormous body functioned as a biological factory. The newborn mice cling to the body of the Great Mother Mouse, instantly growing large thanks to the mysterious magical effects contained in her milk. These rapidly grown rats fell off the cart and were flung backward. Squeak! 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 Forming a circle, they started devouring each other in a gruesome cannibalistic selection process right behind the cart. After surviving this horrific coliseum of blood and flesh, the strongest of the generation joined the seemingly endless army of the Rat Legion. Thus, the Legion was composed of elite ratmen at the front, the Great Mother Rat in the center, and an endless horde of ordinary giant rats at the rear. This was the Rat Legion, our opponent in the defense battle. They're numerous. Riding La Mancha in the sky and observing these monsters, I spoke in an indifferent voice. Though they are extremely numerous, they pale in comparison to the monster composition of the previous defense battle where all the zombified monster legions swarmed us. We have also already prepared countermeasures against the Rat Legion. However, as I carefully observed the monster legion, I noticed something strange. Only then did I recognize a familiar figure at the front of the Great Mother Rat's enormous cart. The one silently looking up at my airship was none other than the masked clown. Realizing his identity, I muttered his name reluctantly. Crown. Crown appeared the same as usual except for one thing. His previously pure white mask was now covered in shadows, turning a flickering dark gray. We briefly stared at each other from afar. Crown slowly turned his gaze away, and I did the same, stepping back into the airship. I gave a concise command to my subordinates watching me. Prepare for bombardment. I don't know why that guy is there, but my job is clear. Kill monsters, save people. To achieve this goal, I will do anything. We're starting the rat hunt now. Yes. Prepare for bombardment dash. Soon. I received a report that preparations were complete, and I extended my hand forward. Commence bombardment immediately. Turn them into cinders. At my command, La Mancha's bottom hatch opened, and the stored explosives fell onto the heads of the monsters. And simultaneously, who? Crown put a flute to his mouth. Beep! He blew a long, sharp sound. Squeak! Squeak! Immediately, the Rat Legion changed their formation. They swiftly changed course to avoid the direct hit of the bombardment, while the rear rats covered the front rats, serving as meat shields. Fui! Boom! 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 Under the rain of explosives from La Mancha, the Rat Legion continued advancing despite the damage. The endless horde of ordinary rats sacrificed themselves as shields, while the Great Mother Rat and the elite ratmen began a steady northward march, all under the meticulous command of Crown's flute. Coldly watching the battlefield, I turned to the side and spoke. Prepare Plan B. Every remaining stage is a life-and-death battle. To survive, to win, we will pour everything we have. 3 days later, having finally breached all our bombardments, defenses, and obstacles, the Rat Legion reached the southern plains of Crossroad. Of course, it wasn't without damage. Most of the ordinary giant rats had perished. They had been lavishly sacrificed as meat shields to protect the Great Mother Rat and the elite ratmen, which was expected. And the Great Mother Rat as well. Squeak! Squeak! She was dying. She had been our main target for the past 3 days. Especially with Damien's precision sniping, no matter how many meat shields were used, hits could not be avoided. Despite enduring dozens of Damien's sniping attacks, the Great Mother Rat was still hanging on due to her innate extraordinary toughness and overwhelming vitality. But that too had its limits. The Great Mother Rat could no longer birth new rats, nor could she feed the ones already born. The newborns only screamed for the milk that no longer flowed. And the elite ratmen at the front. Thousands of well-trained giant ratmen had successfully preserved most of their strength and reached the southern plains. We'll inevitably have to engage in a major battle with them. Squeak! 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 Kill! Squeak! The ratmen, excited by the sight of human walls, had their eyes turn red. They were momentarily regrouping, but once the command was given, they would immediately charge madly towards Crossroad. And before that This is Ash Born Hater Everblack, commander of the World Guardian Front. I initiated a conversation. Walking alone to the center of the plains, I planted the staff I was holding into the ground. The staff emitted my magic, forming a magical flag. I request a commander's conference with the commander of the monsters. As soon as I made my request, an uneasy silence enveloped the entire monster army. I waited calmly, and soon, a response came. Accepted. Crown emerged, parting the ratmen horde. Slowly advancing to the center of the plains, Crown stood before me. Crown. Ash. We silently gazed at each other for a while. I observed the ominous black shadow covering Crown's mask, and Crown glanced at my eyes and chest. Changed the color of your mask? I joked first. Yeah, sometimes you need a change. You can get tired of drinking only white tea all your life, right? You need to try black tea, blue tea, and red tea. How about a bright green mask next? Crown chuckled at my joke and tapped his dark gray mask with his fingertips. This is the work of the Demon King Ash. By his will, I must now move as his puppet until the end. The Demon King has entered the nightmare to find someone he's been searching for, as he always does, and I am left to lead the remaining battles. Upon hearing about the Demon King's actions, I closed my eyes briefly and then opened them. Indeed, we are all similar. It hasn't been long since the Black Dragon battle. Crown looked me over and smiled faintly. In that short time, your soul's light seems to have grown stronger. Is it that obvious? Why don't you look in a mirror? Just your gaze already exudes divine power. No need to look in a mirror. The power of the 2 dragons I've embraced and succeeded, and the numerous crowns I've worn, are gradually assimilating with me. Deification. My soul has already entered the transcendent stage. I am moving further from the human framework. But I am suppressing this divine power as much as possible. To retain my humanity. To remember my human purpose. And, because it's not yet time to use this power. Indeed, with your current self, Crown murmured bitterly. You might be able to kill my sister. You might be able to grant her peaceful rest at the end. Crown nodded slightly. All I want is for her to escape this long nightmare and sleep in peaceful dreams. Can you promise to help, Ash?
No.
I denied his words. Crown, what you truly wish for isn't such a mere escape through death. You want your sister to regain her name, her life, her smile. I smiled gently. That's what you truly wish for. But, I will save her. Reaching out to the trembling Crown, I continued. Nameless. You. And everyone in the Lake Kingdom suffering under that hell. And, Crown's eyes widened behind his mask as he heard the last name I whispered. I smiled brightly. Everyone within my reach. I will save them all. You. Mumbling incredulously, Crown's mouth opened in disbelief. You're really insane? You didn't know? I smiled confidently. I'm the craziest bastard around here. Shaking his head slowly, Crown drew his flute. Your arrogance is unbelievable, but you've proven yourself by achieving everything so far. I can't dismiss it as mere nonsense. Starting to understand me now? But, to achieve that arrogance, you must first overcome the invasion I'm leading. Removing the jaw part of his mask, Crown slowly brought the flute to his lips. Beep. As Crown played his flute, the rat men behind him all glowed with red eyes. Sorry, but no holding back, Ash. With red eyes glowing behind his mask, Crown spoke in a harsh, broken voice. To reach that miracle of saving everyone within your reach, you must tear apart this foolish clown's final act with ease. I smiled broadly and swung the staff horizontally. The magical flag waved like a wave along the trajectory of the staff. It was the signal to fire. I'll show you, Crown. Facing the Pied Piper and the Rat Legion behind him, a vision from a long time ago overlapped in my mind. I shouted powerfully that I'm no longer the rookie commander from Stage 2. With a clumsy defense line, Crown and I locked eyes, the Pied Piper and the banner holder of humanity. In the next moment, countless monsters charged behind us, and cannons and arrows rained down like a storm. Chapter 766. The Rat Legion has been annihilated. The boss monster, which I usually call the Great Mother Rat, was also defeated, and the elite ratmen who charged at the walls until the end ultimately died without breaching the walls. During Stage 2, just having them charge at the damaged walls would have caused breaches, putting the city at risk of falling. But much time has passed, and we have grown stronger. With walls, troops, and experience far surpassing those of that time, we could crush the far more powerful monsters without difficulty. Kia! The last Ratman, stepping over the corpses of its comrades, climbed up the wall with glowing red eyes, attempting to kill the humans. Quietly, Evangeline, who had been waiting at the edge of the wall, lifted her shield high. Be gone! She struck down vigorously. Bang dash! D. The Ratman, hit by the shield, fell off the wall, and Evangeline laughed arrogantly. Ha! As it plummeted. Evangeline was equipped with the repaired cross-family spear and cross-family shield. These equipment pieces had been reborn even larger, more splendid, and with 3 spirits attached. Truly monstrous specs. Only the frames of the equipment remained the same. The rest was entirely newly crafted, a testament to the extreme skills of Kelly Bay and the blacksmiths of Crossroad. As long as I'm here, none of you bastards can even touch this city. Evangeline pounded her spear on the shield and roared, and the surrounding soldiers cheered in unison. I smiled quietly. Look, Margrave. Seeing the successor of the Cross family fend off enemies many times stronger than those of the past. The face of the old man who defended the city and died then flashed before my eyes. We have come this far. Recalling the old acquaintances among the familiar enemies, I looked again at the southern plains. The masked clown who had been staring silently at us slowly turned around and eventually faded like a shadow. Come as many times as you like, Crown. I clenched my fist tightly. I will block your attacks as many times as needed. And at the end, I will grasp the ending I desire. I nodded firmly. The soldiers on the wall continued to cheer, celebrating another victory. A few days later, stage 47. I did say you could come as many times as you wanted, but I muttered nervously, watching the advancing enemies. But aren't they choosing two strong ones for the final stages? Thud. 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 3 gigantic statues clad in Oriental-style armor were advancing at the forefront of the monster legion. The heads of the giant statues were those of animals. A rooster, a snake, and a pig. The rooster wielded a crescent blade, the snake had twin spears, and the pig held a serpent spear, using them to support their march. I clicked my tongue and spat out their names. Tam, Jin, Qi. Tam, Jin, Qi represent. Tam, greed. Jin, anger.
Asterisco Qi asterisco. Foolishness.
These 3 states of mind darken wisdom and are the root of evil, collectively known as the 3 poisons. Samdoxum. Thud. 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 Behind these 3 statues followed a series of soldier statues. These 108 soldier statues, each representing different afflictions and delusions, followed the colossal trio, their appearance grotesque and their aura fierce. The human senses lead to 108 afflictions, and these statues, with their heads shaped like giant eyes, ears, noses, tongues, and brains, symbolized this. The statues, originating from an ancient temple in the eastern continent, gained life through some unknown principle and roamed the world, killing people. They even crossed the sea to wreak havoc on this continent. Thus, this entire group of 3 generals and 108 soldiers is known as the Samdoxum Affliction Legion. To reach nirvana, one must eliminate the poisons of the mind. O disciple, we shall sever your afflictions. Abandon your attachment to life, for in such abandonment lies the path to the pure land. The giant Tam, Jin, and Qi approach step by step. The 108 afflictions, muttering distorted teachings in grating voices, advanced behind them. The mere fact that such profound and pure doctrines were twisted and spewed from these murderous statues induced an uncanny fear. Thanks for worrying about my enlightenment, but why does that mean ending my life? I grumbled. In past legends, eminent priests from the temple where these statues originated stood against them with their bodies, engaging in theological debates. They finally convinced the statues that their actions were wrong, reciting scriptures and teachings. The statues stopped on their own, and the priests, exhausted from the 7-day and night debate, died on the spot. We can't use that method, can we? Still, just in case, I tried talking to them. Hey, how about we solve this with words? We're willing to talk. Abandon language. The mouth is the root of affliction. All living beings' mouths should be torn with saws, and their tongues pulled out. This is the first step to the Pure Land. What the hell are you insane bastards saying? I was horrified as they chanted in unison. Gouge out eyes. Tear ears apart. Rip off noses. Cut off tongues. Burn bodies. Destroy brains. Destroy, destroy. All of the universe is suffering. Everything in this world is suffering. Life is suffering. To end suffering, we must kill and end life. Lucas, beside me, also broke out in a cold sweat. They seem thoroughly corrupted. They don't seem like they can be reasoned with. How great were the priests who managed to persuade these guys? Well, whatever. Ending conflicts without battle is ideal, but if the opponent won't listen, we must use force. Night Bringer, I shouted, kicking the train beneath me with my foot. Time to work. Let's go. Vroom. The train immediately responded, starting to move roughly. The mobile wall made from the Black Dragon, Night Bringer, an artifact that moves by laying tracks on bare ground, using the principles of the Iron King we defeated before. The wall, consisting of 9 cars in total, brought 3 cars in front of the Black Lake. Even 3 cars could instantly set up a small forward base on site. However, I wasn't setting up a forward base this time. Clank, clank, clank. Reaching the pre-designated points, Nightbringer started transforming. 2 cars formed walls and barricades, while 1 car turned into a tall battery. Mounted on this battery was a special cannon, previously installed. Damien, already seated at the gunner's seat, let out a scream as the battery rose with him. "Is this safe, Your Highness?" "Of course. Trust me," I shouted confidently, but I wasn't sure of this wall's temperament either. I had a feeling it might cause trouble one day, but it also seemed like it might defy that expectation. Anyway, Nightbringer transformed into 2 layers of walls and a battery, maintaining tracks underneath for mobility. In other words, it could move even in wall and battery mode. Meanwhile, the Samdoxim Affliction Legion continued approaching us steadily. "Your Highness, initiating suppressive fire. Woohoo! Let's shoot dash." Voices came from the 2 airships hovering to escort us. One was La Mancha, and the other was the newly joined pirate ship Blue Pearl of Rompeler.
Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom! Boom!
La Mancha unleashed a barrage of dozens of machine guns, followed by Blue Pearl's massive mana cannons mounted on its central and side sections.
Bang! Ba-ba-bang! Boom!
Thousands of bullets and 3 massive blue mana shells struck the monster legion in an instant.
A gigantique explosion érupted.
Excited voices of the pirates echoed from Blue Pearl. "Piece of cake. We can go home now." "Ha!" The simultaneous chatter of the 2 Rompelers halted abruptly. A mysterious golden aura emerged from the monster legion, forming a dome-shaped shield, absorbing all our long-range attacks. Thud! 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 Despite the terrifying bombardment, the monster legion advanced without a scratch. "What the heck is that? What is this?" Ignoring the dismayed groans of the 2 novice pirate kings, I examined the enemy. By now, they had formed a formation. The Samdoxim statues stood in a triangle in the center, surrounded by the 108 affliction statues in formation. Om! The Tam, Jin, Chi statues chanted, pressing their palms together, followed by the 108 afflictions. Om! The golden barrier surrounding them shone even more brilliantly, expanding its range. Crack, crackle, shatter. The surrounding vegetation evaporated, and rocks turned to dust as they were engulfed by this golden aura. I don't understand the principle, but these bastards have a very sturdy formation. I clicked my tongue, watching the golden idols approach. But they're not invincible. Very powerful damage can penetrate. The problem is that it nullifies all attacks below that threshold. No need to overthink it. In the game, the Legion had a special barrier with the gimmick of nullifying damage below a certain threshold. The problem, as mentioned earlier, is that the damage threshold is quite high. But there's always a way. In the game, we continuously push through damage that could slightly penetrate the barrier, gradually accumulating damage and knocking down the 108 affliction statues one by one. Each time an affliction statue was taken down, the damage threshold would decrease slightly. For example, if it was set to nullify damage below 1,000, after taking down about half of the 108 affliction statues, it would change to nullify damage below 500. Originally, this meant a drawn-out battle whether we liked it or not, but we also have a new weapon. I tapped the train beneath my feet again with my toes. The Nightbringer started to slowly back up, creating tracks as it moved, putting distance between us and the approaching enemies with its dual-layered walls and a single battery. Though the Monster Legion speed was faster and they were gradually catching up, this distance was sufficient. "Damien, are you ready?" "Always, Your Highness." "Good. I'll leave the timing to you. Fire at will." "Oh, wait." I grinned as I put on the item I had brought. "Everyone, put on your sunglasses." I wore the sunglasses commonly referred to as MacArthur style, while Lucas, fumbling to put on his own, wore a simple round style. "But why are we putting on these sunglasses, my lord?" "Well." I glanced at the battery where Damien was preparing to fire and smirked. "The new weapon is so bright when it explodes that it could damage your eyesight." What Damien was loading into the battery was a missile larger than any we had used before. Chapter 767. Missile-shaped new weapon. The reason I ordered its development was straightforward. We have more magic cores than we can use in equipment manufacturing. As the war entered its final stages, we began to receive an excessive supply of magic cores. In the last battle alone, we collected a massive amount of magic cores from named monsters. Meanwhile, the smithy's production slots were already full. With the existing workforce at Crossroads Smithy, dwarves and personnel gathered from all over the world, the smithy operated non-stop, day and night. The smithy was responsible for making and repairing equipment, creating and repairing artifacts, producing and maintaining defense facilities, and even crafting and repairing gear for regular soldiers. Even though we had quality materials, turning them into equipment immediately was becoming increasingly difficult. Of course, I could prioritize their creation, but at this rate, most items would be completed after the war is over. What use are new items if they come out after the final stage? Pondered. How could we efficiently consume these abundant magic cores within the remaining time? After much thought, the solution I came up with was this. "Introducing," I shouted, pointing to the cannon Damien had finished preparing. "The new weapon of the monster front. Nuclear bomb." No, it's definitely not like Earth's nuclear bombs. It's named with a bit of trolling because it's a bomb made with pure magic cores. The official name is Magic Core Missile. Most equipment is designed with the premise of lasting as long as possible. The magic core is the cornerstone of this premise. This stable, long-term power source is the core and flower of magical civilization. With proper maintenance, magic cores can work perfectly for centuries. But we don't need something that lasts for centuries right now. If we can just get through the next few battles ahead, that's enough. Thus, the Magic Core Missile was designed with no regard for conserving this precious resource. Once the launch sequence begins, the Magic Core instantly goes into overdrive, converting all its potential and future possibilities into a single explosion. The essence of a monster commander's lifetime is in its magic core, an ultimate luxury to use all that essence in one go, the height of extravagance. Most importantly, it's relatively simple to produce. It doesn't take up much space in the already packed smithy's production slots. Kelebe explained that the missile's safety mechanism and propellant were the result of accumulated research, and he gave a lecture on how magically engineered this missile is. Moreover, the sequential reaction for the explosion requires N-grade, R-grade, and SR-grade magic cores as the trigger, a weapon that burns through one of each type of magic core N, R, SR, SSR in one go. But the crucial point is that it has a short production time. Don't save the resources. Don't hoard research results. Burn everything for the remaining battles. Anyway, that was a long explanation. Let's start the new weapon test. Everyone deployed in the area had put on their sunglasses. Damien also donned large goggles and nodded. I gave a thumbs up. "Fire away, Damien." Launching Flame Giant Bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the signal, Damien pulled the large trigger backward. Tum dash. The missile shot up into the sky, propelled by the launcher. It looked more like a mortar than a missile in terms of size and launch method. But who cares? As long as it hits the enemy effectively. Fui. The Magic Core Missile soared to its peak in the sky and began descending. It fell directly above the Samdoxim Affliction Legion. Om! As the Affliction statues chanted in unison, a dazzling golden aura formed around them. It was their nullify damage below a certain threshold barrier. Then we'll just hit them with an attack that exceeds that barrier's defense. I waved my hand. Simultaneously, the missile, tracing a clean trajectory, touched the golden barrier. Whoosh! A sensation as if the surrounding air was compressed. Boom! An enormous noise, light, and intense heat exploded forth. Despite the considerable distance, the shockwave reached us. I quickly deployed a magic wall to block the flying debris. Wow! I clicked my tongue, watching the massive light sphere ripple from the impact point. Impressive. Of course, it's not exactly like a nuclear bomb. It's more akin to a high-powered missile in terms of strength. The magic core used in the initial missile was from the Flame Giant King. Whether it followed the properties of its source, the impact point was engulfed in fierce flames once the light dissipated. And from within those flames at the impact point, Om, 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 Om. Overcome, 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 overcome the afflictions. Life is suffering. Suffering is life. Do not be deluded by pain. Transcend the flesh. The Samdoxim, Tam, Jin, and Chi remained intact. The golden barrier still held firm. However, more than half of the 108 affliction statues were shattered and destroyed. They had taken the damage the barrier couldn't absorb. I observed the barrier, now flickering and discolored, and turned to Damien. Fire another one. This time with whirlwind. Yes, Your Highness. The next missile was loaded into the launcher. Launching whirlwind bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damien pulled the trigger, and the missile shot into the sky. Tum dash. It soared up and then fell once more over the reassembling Samdoxim Affliction Legion. Om! The Samdoxim raised their weapons skyward, emitting golden streams. However, the missile, drawing a peculiar trajectory, twisted and descended, eventually striking the barrier. This is our sharp eye. With my shout, the explosion ensued. Boom dash! The explosion was different this time. While the previous missile created a pure, fierce blast, this one swirled and churned as it exploded. Clang! Under this churning explosion, the golden barrier finally shattered, breaking apart and collapsing. As the swirling storm subsided, all 108 affliction statues lay shattered and dead beneath it. Thud! 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 Only the 3 giant statues, Tam, Jin, and Chi, advanced through the thick smoke towards us. While the power is indeed remarkable, Lucas slid his sunglasses down his nose and peered at me over the lenses with his blue eyes. I'm not sure if it's more efficient than crafting equipment or artifacts. We've permanently used up 2 commander-level magic cores and only managed to eliminate the enemy's common soldiers. Lucas had a point. The power of the magic core missile was certainly outstanding, but ultimately, it was a long-range bombardment. Our elite artillery units could replace this with their crossfire. It's true that permanently using commander-level magic cores in a single blast felt wasteful. Even now, with 2 SSR-grade magic cores, all we did was dismantle the enemy's barrier and eliminate their common soldiers. But we did break their special barrier and wiped out an elite force with various special abilities. I smiled broadly at Lucas. Without any casualties on our side. Consider it a good long-range option we've gained. From a long-term perspective, it might seem wasteful, but solely from the standpoint of ending this war, it wasn't a bad result. Moreover, we managed to dismantle the dreaded barrier of the Affliction Legion with just 2 missile shots. If we had faced them head-on, it would have taken 3 days and nights to break through. Damien, we have 1 more test missile left, right? Yes, Your Highness. Great. Let's finish this. Fire it. Damien loaded the final missile. Launching 10 corners bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tum dash. The missile shot into the sky, hovered for a moment, and then began its descent. Tam, Jin, and Chi roared fiercely and swung their weapons at the missile, unleashing their attacks. Bang! This time, the missile couldn't evade and exploded midair. And then, scree! From the exploding missile, 10 warheads separated and rained down. Like a cluster bomb from Earth, this missile, inheriting the properties of the monster Commander Decagon, fragmented into 10 conical pieces and blanketed the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Massive explosions and overwhelming shockwaves swept the area. I adjusted my sunglasses. It's interesting how the characteristics of each commander manifest. Do you think we've defeated them?
No.
The Samdoxim Affliction Legion has a final phase. I explained the enemy legion while glaring at the silhouette of the giants through the lingering smoke. Their most terrifying aspect is their mental attack, Samdoxim, and the 108 afflictions. They don't physically attack us. Instead, they approach while endlessly reciting mantras. The problem is that hearing their corrupted mantras contaminates the mind. Greed, anger, and foolishness endlessly surge, bringing forth all kinds of negative emotions. Eventually, if exposed to their recitations for too long, even heroes and soldiers will go mad and either commit suicide or kill each other. Before this happens, their barrier must be nullified and they must be taken down. But their barrier is incredibly sturdy. Overall, they are a headache-inducing enemy. In the game, you had to divide your forces, whittling down the barrier with one unit until the mental contamination reached its limit, then swapping to another unit. It required a prolonged battle. But we don't have to do that. With me possessing unyielding commander, we are safe from mental contamination. The barrier was easily obliterated by the missiles. The problem is after nullifying the barrier and taking them down. These bastards have a second phase. It was incredibly annoying in the game too. Once the barrier is nullified, all 108 affliction statues are destroyed, and only Tam, Jean, and Chi remain and take significant damage. Given they are both giants and monsters, it's pretty obvious what they would do. The second phase, rich with tradition and history. Fusion. Whir. As the thick smoke and dust cleared from the epicenter of the explosion, there stood a truly colossal statue, exuding a terrifying aura. With the 3 heads of a rooster, snake, and pig on one body, and 6 arms rising to the sky in a lotus-like stance. A monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Azura. Flash dash. Its 6 red eyes gleamed brightly. Tam, Jean, and Chi, now in the form of Azura, began to chant. Washi thought Zaljura ye. I confess the evil deeds committed in my past. Their previous sins were committed due to greed, anger, and foolishness. All were born from beginningless greed, anger, and foolishness. Through body, speech, and mind. They originated from my body, speech, and mind. They now sincerely repent all those sins. I now repent for all those sins. TL note. I will be leaving the Chinese chanting there. It's a beautiful confession. Why are they chanting this while charging at us with weapons raised? Chapter 768. The charging Azura Tamjinchi roared. Om! The mouths of the rooster, snake, and pig opened simultaneously, unleashing a resonating mantra. Golden streams of energy extended from the core of the giant statue to the crescent blade, twin spears, and serpent spear held by its 6 arms, then burst forth like a storm in all directions. Boom! 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 Had we been within range, we wouldn't have even been able to collect our bones. But we were aboard the mobile wall, Nightbringer, which generates tracks in real time and moves on them. We narrowly retreated the wall, escaping the attack range of Azura Tamjinchi's assaults. Go Nightbringer! Boom! 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 The 3 weapons swung menacingly, and each time an attack narrowly missed us, the outer panels of the wall were deeply gouged or pieces splintered off. Lucas, assessing the power of the passing attacks, broke into a cold sweat. The destructive power is terrifying. If that thing reaches Crossroad, all our defensive installations would be torn apart. Azura Tamjinchi in its second phase lost all its special abilities from the first phase. But it compensates with immense physical power. If it lands even one hit properly, even a wall made from black dragon scales would be crushed. It would likely inflict critical damage to our defensive structures. Therefore, we need to inflict as much damage as possible before it reaches Crossroad. Boom! 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 The narrowly missed attacks kept striking, but each time Nightbringer accelerated or twisted its path to avoid them, as if it had a will to avoid being hit. What is the strategy to defeat it, my lord? Lucas seemed to assume I had a strategy ready. I sighed. This is the interesting part. With my unyielding commander, we could avoid the mental status effect attacks of those things in the first phase without any damage. But to counterattack Azura Tamjin in the second phase's mental realm, we need to be mentally contaminated in the first phase. That's the second phase clear gimmick. In other words, we have to allow the mental contamination attacks in the first phase and be somewhat affected to clear the second phase smoothly. Recognizing afflictions to eliminate them, how conceptually fitting. However, thanks to my unyielding commander effect, we are all mentally sound. In other words, we can't use the second phase gimmick. What choice do we have? I can't deactivate unyielding commander. Allowing mental contamination to clear a gimmick could cause unforeseen problems later. So, we must push through the second phase without the gimmick. Until that massive and sturdy Azura Tamjin falls. I explained this briefly to Lucas, who nodded with a bitter smile. So, we have to keep hitting Azura Tamjin relentlessly for the next 3 days as it advances north. It's very tough. So we need to use every means at our disposal with persistence and grit. Lucas, observing the advancing Azura Tamjin, suddenly chuckled. Somehow, it reminds me of when we stopped Jormungandr. Exactly. We've already faced worse before. With Jormungandr, we had to send an elite force onto its body, destroying 3 protruding nodes while fending off werewolf attacks. Compared to that, this is quite a manageable operation, right? Oh, back in my day. As I continued in my grumpy voice, Lucas quietly smiled and drew the bestowed sword. Then he struck at Tamjin's body with an extended blade of light. For the next 3 days, we continued a tense game of cat and mouse with Azura Tamjin, attacking it relentlessly. Boom! 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 From the moving wall train, Damien and our gunners unleashed long-range attacks from the turrets. Lucas struck with his blade of light. Tat 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 tat. Clang. Clang. In the sky, wizards aboard airships poured out magic without holding back, returning to Crossroad to reload more wizards for another round of magic bombardments. Azura Tamjin was a large, powerful, and sturdy enemy, but it gradually accumulated damage under our ceaseless attacks. Its armor cracked and fell, and its massive statue body bore countless scorch marks. By the time we reached the southern plains within sight of Crossroads walls, it was already heavily damaged with deep fissures across its body. Artillery units dash. Our artillery, already positioned on Crossroads walls, aimed at the enemy simultaneously. We drifted Nightbringer to the side, moving out of the artillery's line of fire as I waved the flag grandly. Fire crossfire dash. Boom! Boom! The sound of artillery fire echoed from the distant Crossroad walls, and scree dash. Hundreds of projectiles tore through the air like a storm, all striking Azura Tamjin with unbelievable accuracy. Boom! Boom boom boom! Boom! Hundreds of projectiles hit at once and exploded. I clenched my fist, looking at the explosion site enveloped in thick smoke. Indeed, the artillery is the flower of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Azura Tamjin, having endured the mightiest crossfire of our monster front, was already incapacitated. Unable to withstand the cumulative damage and the final crossfire, all 6 arms were broken and fallen, both legs crushed. The 3 heads were also hideously shattered. Ah! Was it my imagination? Only at the brink of death did the 6 burning eyes of the statue regain a mild light. So that's what it meant. The teachings of the priests that day. Then, the monster muttered in a low voice with crumbling stone lips. 白劫积极罪, the sins accumulated over countless culpas. The sins accumulated over countless ages. 一念顿当尽, vanish in a single thought. Disappear suddenly in one thought. 如火焚枯草, like fire burning dry grass. Like dry grass burns in fire. 灭尽无有余, nothing remains. Everything disappears without a trace. Tamjin Chi closed its eyes slowly, reciting its final mantra like a last will. The second wave of crossfire from Crossroad rained down upon the crumbling monster.
Boom!
The Samdoxim Affliction Legion was thus eradicated. After commending Lucas, Damien, the soldiers, the airship crew, and everyone who toiled through the 3-day operation, I personally retrieved the magic cores from the shattered statue remains and looked southward into the distance. There, standing on the horizon, was the masked clown. It was Crown. He had come to watch the battle again. Crown, who had been silently observing us, eventually turned and disappeared back south. Phew! I clicked my tongue, packing the 3 SSR-grade magic cores of Tam, Jean, and Chi. The Rat Legion and the Samdoxim Affliction Legion were undoubtedly formidable as single units. They must be among the strongest monster legions left in that hell. But for some reason I had a feeling. A bigger one is coming. Next stage. I had a hunch that Crown would bring something even more formidable. And as usual, my ominous premonitions tend to come true. A few days later. Stage 48.
Boom!
Boom dash.
Boom!
Boom dash.
Boom!
The sound of drums echoed. This rhythmic and orderly drumming that shook our hearts was not of human origin. It came from the monster legion emerging from the Black Lake. Boo dash! With a massive horn blast shaking the ground. Clop, clop, clop. Monsters with the upper bodies of humans attached to the bodies of horses emerged in rows, their hooves pounding the ground as they marched out of the Black Lake. They were all clad in gleaming helmets and armor. These were the Centaur, Kappa Tau Alpha Upsilon Rho Omicron Legion. Once an ancient race that taught medicine, politics, farming, and daily life to all other races. For some reason, they suddenly sought to destroy the entire world and waged war against all other races, ultimately being defeated and driven to extinction, according to legend. Clop, 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 clop. Moving in an incredibly precise formation, they reorganized into 4 main units in front of the Black Lake. They distinguished themselves by the colors of their cloaks: white, red, black, and blue. Leading each unit were unusually large captains, each holding a distinctive symbol. The captain of the white-cloaked unit held a bow. The captain of the red-cloaked unit held a sword. The captain of the black-cloaked unit held scales. The captain of the blue-cloaked unit held a scythe. Phew! Hovering above the Black Lake in La Mancha, I watched them organize their formation and muttered their name. Apocalypse Knights. The White Knight of Pestilence. The Red Knight of War. The Black Knight of Famine. The Blue Knight of Death. And their knights, 110 in each unit. A total of 444 knights of doom charging towards destruction. They were the Monster Legion invading humanity in this defense battle. As if it weren't the final stage, they're picking out all the tough ones. They are the strongest legion as a single monster unit. In terms of sheer combat power, they could rival the top 10 Nightmare Legions we've faced. The only reason they didn't make it into the top 10 was that they lacked a unified leader. They had 4 field commanders, the 4 horsemen, but no king to represent their collective will. After all, they are embodiments of plague, war, famine, and death, rampaging towards destruction without any self-will, much like their living legends. Though they didn't make it into the ranking of Nightmare Commanders, their power is formidable. This won't be an easy battle. Boo-dash! The buglers in each unit set aside their drums and blew their horns vigorously. Clop, clop, clop. The 4 units of the Apocalypse Knights began to march north, gradually gaining terrifying speed. Being centaurs, a half-human, half-horse race, they were effectively a cavalry. At this pace, they would reach Crossroad in no time. The enemy Monster Legion has begun advancing north. Reports from the scouts echoed in my ears. The enemy legion has split into 4 units, 111 each, divided into 4 paths, advancing north through different routes. They're moving through pathless terrain without slowing down. At this rate, they'll reach Crossroad in 2 days, if not sooner. What should we do, Your Highness? I opened my eyes wide after closing them briefly. We already have our defensive strategies prepared. We will split into 4 and block them. The Apocalypse Knights are divided into 4 units, and they synergize when they fight together. They will converge into a single army in front of Crossroad, and if all 4 units arrive intact, we won't stand a chance. We must defeat them separately before they combine. Divide the mobile wall, Nightbringer, into 3 parts and deploy them at 3 points. I pointed to key positions on the map between the Black Lake and Crossroad. Transform Nightbringer into forward bases at these points to block the enemy. Deploy the units as per the prearranged plan. One of the soldiers cautiously asked. 3 forward bases to block 3 units, understood. But what about the 4th unit? I nodded. I will handle it. My magic fortress is still quite usable. I banged the table and extended my hand. We don't have time. Begin the operation immediately. Chapter 769. Do-do-do-do-do-dash. For cavalry units charging north as if they were flying. The white, red, black, and blue knights, symbolizing plague, war, famine, and death respectively, twisted the surrounding atmosphere with their mere presence. The ground trampled by the white knights instantly rotted, and the paths taken by the red knights were set ablaze. Around the black knights, plants and wildlife withered and died, and lastly, the blue knights, thud, thud, thud. They ran quietly, unlike the other 3 cavalry units that loudly announced their presence by devastating the surroundings. The blue knights galloped softly, without a sound. Spurring the frozen winter ground, they silently headed north. Watching the uniquely white frosted path left by the blue knights, I clicked my tongue. I know, those bastards are the most dangerous. A few days ago, after it was confirmed that our opponents in Stage 48 were the Apocalypse Knights, I divided our forces into 4 units. Each unit was balanced with tanks, damage dealers, mages, and healers. Apart from the unit I would command, I appointed Torkel, Evangeline, and Lucas as the commanders of the other units. All 3 were tanks with experience and talent in leading troops. Torkel's unit was assigned to the War's Red Knights, Evangeline's to the Famine's Black Knights, and Lucas's to the Death's Blue Knights. What about you, my lord? I'll handle the Plague's White Knights. There was a reason for this distribution. First, I am immune to plague. Thanks to the celestial peach that Salome once fed me, the plague cannot approach me. This makes me a natural counter to the White Knights just by existing. No matter how much you try, you're no match for Raven. Remembering the plague lord with the raven mask that Salome and I defeated, I clicked my tongue. Next, the War's Red Knights. These guys bring war with them. In other words, they have fire attributes. Although they use flames, it's only a supplementary effect. Embers follow their path as they run. Their main characteristic is their overwhelming physical strength used in warfare. They are the best in hand-to-hand combat among the 4 units. Torkel is the best match for them among our field commanders. With his purified Nightmare Slayer, Original Sin, he can easily command his troops and put up a good fight against these guys. At the mention of war, Torkel suddenly stroked his helmet. Original Sin. Was he perhaps recalling the battle with the Goblin God King, who caused him to lose all his former comrades and whose helmet he now wore? I will follow your orders, your highness. Torkel bowed deeply and stepped back. Next, the Famine's Black Knights. These guys cause drought, making the land and vegetation dry up. In other words, they have water attributes. They don't actively use water but drain moisture from their surroundings and their opponents. And water is life. These troublesome guys frequently use life drain. Evangeline smirked. Hee. You're assigning me to stop their famine with my moist charm, right?
No.
I mean for you to endure with the fat stored in your round belly. What did you say? Of course, it was a joke. The leader of the Black Knights uses a pattern of wide-area life drain targeting our heroes. This is meant to counter that with Evangeline's ultimate skill, Last Fortress. Well, if that's the reason, but I don't have much belly fat now. Instead, I have solid abs. Evangeline patted her belly indignantly and looked at Lucas. But Lucas, with a serious face, was only looking at the deployment map and asked me, "What are the abilities of the Blue Knights, my lord?" "Death." Sighing, I clasped my hands together. "And from death comes cold." I suddenly recalled the dreadful chill from the heaps of corpses I saw at the forward base long ago. That terrible chill unexpectedly sent a shiver down my spine, but I nodded without showing it. The Blue Knights extract cold whenever they take a life. Every time they take one of our lives, they cloak themselves in the cold extracted from that death. But this isn't just ordinary cold. It's literally extracted from death, touching the soul. Mortals exposed to this cold have their souls scarred. If the snowball rolls properly, by the end of the battle, their entire bodies would be enveloped in blue cold, almost looking like they're wearing ice armor. So, if we had to attribute it, they have ice attributes. Do you have any idea how to deal with these guys? We need to minimize our casualties. Exactly. I nodded at Lucas's answer. The more casualties we have, the more cold the Blue Knights gather, and the stronger they become. We need to buy time while keeping our casualties to a minimum. And an enemy that grows stronger as they take our lives. Suddenly, Celendian came to mind. It was similar to the battle against the Vampire King who led the Frost Ghouls. I closed my eyes tightly and then opened them. Yes, this is all hardship we've already endured once. Trials we've already passed. We won't falter now in the face of such adversity. Lucas, you and your unit must not engage the Blue Knights head-on. I issued my tactical orders. After I, Torkel, and Evangeline crush our respective enemy units, we will join you. Your role is to buy as much time as possible with minimal casualties, keeping those bastards in place. Lucas listened to my words, deep in thought, being told to hold off the strongest unit among the 4 enemies just to buy time. Normally, it would be a suicidal order, but I am the one giving this command, and Lucas is the one receiving it. I won't let my people die, and Lucas is undoubtedly my ace. He has the ability to carry out this mission. That's why I trust him with it. Hold the forward base and buy time, but if the situation gets tough, don't hesitate. Yes, we will retreat. After instructing Torkel, Evangeline, and Lucas on which heroes to attach to each unit and what equipment and troops to assign, finally I spoke. Everyone remember, in this battle, our role at the forward base is merely to blunt the enemy's spearhead. The 3 unit commanders looked at me with shining eyes. I nodded. There's no need to overextend and wipe them out. Reducing their numbers and buying time is enough. Emphasizing once more the operational method of the forward base, which I've mentioned hundreds of times while managing the monster front lines. After stressing to retreat without hesitation if necessary, I clapped my hands. All right, not much time left. Let's give it our all until the end. Then, Evangeline suddenly thrust her fist forward. Huh? Looking puzzled, Evangeline just raised her eyebrows and looked around at us. Lucas chuckled first and bumped his fist against hers, and only then did Torkel and I, understanding her intention, bump our fists as well. Pop! After lightly bumping our fists together, we stepped out to organize our respective units. Present. This place. I planted the flag into the ground and declared, "This is the front line of the world." Shum! Gray walls made of magic rose from all directions, and a fortress emerged in the barren wasteland. Immediately, my heroes and soldiers, who were on standby, quickly found their positions inside the fortress. Huff! Taking a short breath, I looked around. Despite reducing the burden as much as possible in the previous battles, the faces of the heroes and soldiers were etched with irremovable fatigue. It wasn't just the fatigue from the continuous battles at the final stage. It's the fatigue accumulated from fighting endlessly for the past 3 years, carved into their faces like scars. All of it will end soon. I looked up at the sky. The airship La Mancha was waiting in the sky, overseeing all 4 forward bases. Damien, also aboard La Mancha, was responsible for supporting fire for all 4 forward bases. Given the vast distances between the forward bases, it's an impossible task, but Damien possesses farsight. It's okay to assign him something impossible. So La Mancha and Damien will provide support as needed to all forward bases. The Sky Knights, operating from La Mancha, and Mikhail will also provide support if necessary. The newly joined pirate airship Blue Pearl was attached to Lucas's unit. Considering their enemies are the strongest, the airship was reserved as a retreat means. Thinking about the status of the heroes and equipment assigned to other units. It's good to be concerned about other units, but a voice came from behind. Turning around, a bald dwarf was walking toward me with a swagger. How about worrying about us first? Kelly Bay. I smiled broadly. With the great dwarf king here, what could I possibly worry about? You brat, your tongue's become as slick as a politician's. Kelly Bay shook his head in disbelief and looked around the magic fortress. You've assigned all the main heroes and troops to other units, handed out artifacts and equipment, and all we have here is you, me, my subordinates, and the newly joined volunteers. Kelly Bay looked south. Can we really handle this on our own? Do-do-do-do-do-dash. From the south, a cloud of dust was rising as the white-cloaked cavalry unit appeared. The Plague's White Knights. The path taken by this archery cavalry unit was blackened with rot. The sight of the white cavalry galloping on the blackened path was itself eerie. I grinned. You should ask the other way around, Kelly Bay. Isn't it too much to gather such overwhelming force here? Wouldn't it be better to scrape some of it and support the other units? Kelly Bay was dumbfounded by my bravado, but I was somewhat serious. While I'm saving the power of the dragon and the divine for the clear, even without using them, I'm already a half-cheat character. When I swung my arm to the side, the magic wall beside me began to transform rapidly. Clunk, 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 thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the transformation was complete, and what stood there were automatic defense turrets. Precisely 100 turrets. I have plenty of SSR-grade magic cores to use as missiles, so in a situation like this, I need to use the surplus R-grade magic cores. This is the ultimate tactic for dealing with resource saturation in the endgame turret spam, a move only the commander-in-chief can use. What's the point of hoarding minerals at the end of the game? Use them all. Seeing Kelly Bay with his mouth agape, I winked at him. How about a fireworks show, Kelly Bay? Kelly Bay clenched his fist and shouted. That sounds great dash. Clunk dash. The 100 automatic defense turrets simultaneously locked onto the incoming cavalry unit within range. In the next moment, the muzzles of the 100 turrets simultaneously spewed dazzling cyan flames. Chapter 770. As soon as our 100 automatic defense turrets simultaneously targeted and fired at the enemies, the leader of the White Knights, who was charging at the forefront, raised his massive bow. He drew the bowstring gracefully, as if plucking the strings of a harp. Duong dash. As the bowstring vibrated, a dense white mist instantly filled the air. The turquoise mana bullets fired by the automatic turrets poured into the mist. Ripple. The mist rippled like water and completely absorbed the projectiles. The mana bullets caught in the mist disintegrated and vanished, as if decomposing at an accelerated rate like a corpse. Simultaneously, the 111 White Knights also readied their bows. They all lifted their bows to the sky and fired arrows. SSSSS dash. Thud. 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 The barrage of arrows fired in an arc soared high into the sky. Plague arrows. The arrows, like rockets leaving smoke trails, soared while scattering a dark aura behind them. These plague arrows would form contaminated zones on impact. Standing on the edge of the fortress wall, I waved my flag horizontally. I can handle defense 2 dash. Shush. Following the path of my flag, a new magic wall rose in the air, blocking all the falling plague arrows. The magic wall struck by the arrows immediately decayed and blackened, but as I retrieved the decayed magic wall, it instantly purified and disappeared in the air. Just entering my zone of invulnerability neutralized the effect of the plague arrows. While I created layer upon layer of magic walls to block the plague arrows, My 100 automatic turrets fired another round directly at the White Knights.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The leader of the White Knights spread the mist once more to block the barrage. Thud, thud, thud. The volley of arrows fired by the White Knights was again blocked by my magic walls. The turrets and archers of both sides were attacking each other, with their leaders defending the attacks. The distance between the two sides was gradually closing. Soon I could see the faces of the approaching enemies. The faces of the centaurs with white cloaks fluttering were blackened and twitching with decay. Kelly Bay! Staring at those faces, I shouted to Kelly Bay inside the fortress. Time for construction. Leave it to me. Kelly Bay brought out the prepared equipment. It was 5 massive stakes with a dark red aura flowing from their heads. These stakes were made from the magic cores of Cerberus, the Hellhound General, and his lieutenant Orthros. Not as powerful as mana core missiles, but Kelly Bay placed the stakes in the air, and they floated and aligned in position. But these can be reused, and more importantly, Kelly Bay lightly spun around, holding a hammer. They're perfectly optimized for this purpose. Bang! 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 Bang dash! He struck the heads of the stakes in sequence, launching them like hockey pucks. Thud, 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 thud dash. The 5 stakes flew and embedded themselves into the ground between us and the White Knights. And then, boom! The ground where the stakes were planted shattered. Cracks spread instantly, causing the ground to collapse. From the fissures, blazing red lava erupted violently. The White Knights, who had been charging boldly, halted in confusion. This equipment was hastily developed right after it was confirmed that our opponents were the Apocalypse Knights. A terrain-shattering device, recreating the hellish landscape of the Hellhound Guards, made from their magic cores. Earthbreaker. Although it's designed solely for terrain destruction, its effect is devastating against cavalry. The White Knights, charging like a storm, were forced to break formation and slow down before the collapsing ground. And my automatic turrets, unwavering in any situation, precisely targeted the enemies, and mercilessly unleashed a barrage of mana bullets. The leader of the White Knights urgently spread the mist, but it couldn't fully protect the cavalry in the collapsing terrain.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The White Knights caught in the wide barrage collapsed, spewing blackened blood. Huff! Hearing the distant explosions, Torkel took a deep breath. Do-do-do-do-do dash. The Red Knights, brandishing huge greatswords and cloaked in red, were charging relentlessly towards the first forward base. The incarnations of war and slaughter. The ground beneath them ignited with a trail of embers. Shoot! Don't let them approach dash. At Torkel's command, archers and artillery units unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Red Knights, however, deflected the attacks with their greatswords or barreled through, advancing relentlessly. They seemed like beings created solely to charge at enemy lines. They expertly deflected and absorbed all our interceptions, pushing forward doggedly. Damn! Realizing that ordinary ranged attacks were ineffective, Torkel glanced at the sky behind him and waved his hand. Damien, we need fire support. The airship La Mancha was hovering far above, monitoring the situation of all the forward bases. Would Damien notice his request and respond in time from such a distance? For a moment Torkel worried, but it was unfounded. Damien immediately caught the support request and initiated the firing sequence. Right after Torkel's request for support. Clunk! The lower hatch of La Mancha opened. Thwoosh dash! And a mana core missile was launched, heading towards the Red Knights. Made from the mana core of the Mantis General, Bride Devourer. This missile flew accurately across the distance and struck the center of the Red Knights. Boom dash! With an enormous explosion, a fierce blade-like shockwave swept through the area. Indeed, the mana core missile had one of the greatest destructive powers as a single attack means in Crossroad. If the opponents were an ordinary monster army, this single blast would have annihilated them. But this is the endgame of the Apocalypse Knights. A formidable army with the power of nightmare generals. Do-do-do-do-dash. Through the dense smoke, the Red Knights emerged. Many had perished, and most survivors were injured by the immense explosion and subsequent shockwave, but the Red Knights did not stop. Torkel's eyes met the enemy commanders. Covered in arrows, the commander of the Red Knights had reached the front of the forward base and was ablaze. The face of the centaur, whose blood-red cloak fluttered behind him, was engulfed in flames. At that moment, Torkel realized the current defensive equipment at the forward base could not stop their charge. If they were to face them here, significant damage would be inevitable. The forward base might be slaughtered by these incarnations of war. In that case, I will go out and buy us some time. What? Please follow the prepared plan. Then, Torkel? Despite the surprised voices around him, Torkel stood on the edge of the fortress wall and jumped down without hesitation. Thud dash. With a heavy thud, Torkel landed on the ground and slowly stood up. His face was covered by a champion's helmet. His massive armor looked like a rock, a giant shield on his left arm, and a huge mace in his right hand. Torkel's appearance was no different from that of a mythical hero. Clang, clang, clang. Torkel banged his shield with his mace and looked ahead. My name is Torkel. Walking slowly forward through the dust he raised, Torkel introduced himself. I was the captain of the Leprosy Extermination Squad, the deputy commander of the World Guardian Front's melee unit, the greatest shield of Crown Prince Ash, and the gatekeeper of Crossroad, the entrance to the human world. Standing alone in front of the forward base. The Red Knights gradually slowed down and eventually stopped at a distance from Torkel. Thud, thud, thud. The commander of the Red Knights stepped forward alone, approaching Torkel. Torkel grinned and raised his mace. I challenge you to a duel between commanders. Will you accept? A duel between commanders. In this age where the romance of the battlefield has disappeared, it was an extremely anachronistic request. But the Apocalypse Knights are all ancient specters. Even though they have fallen to monsters, they still honor such an anachronistic request. Clang! The commander of the Red Knights slowly raised his greatsword, pointing it at Torkel. The tips of the mace and greatsword lightly touched each other, and then the two massive warriors charged at each other fiercely. The centaur warrior swinging a flame-wreathed greatsword and the human wearing armor like a mountain clashed. Thud dash! The second forward base, where Evangeline was the commander. Do-do-do-do-dash. The Black Knights were approaching. Damien, we need fire support. Evangeline requested bombardment, and Damien responded promptly. Thwoosh dash.
Boom.
The Mana Core missile of the Mantis General Wingless Mantis Lord exploded. Following the tremendous explosion, a harsh sonic wave swept through the area. Nice shot. Wow, that was awesome. Amazed by the power of the Mana Core missile, Evangeline's jaw dropped, but soon she frowned. Do-do-do-do-dash. Many had fallen, but the Black Knights, still robust, charged out of the explosion. All the Black Knights, holding scales in their hands, were surrounded by water shields. Seeing this, Evangeline clicked her tongue. Who would have thought I'd see someone using scales as a weapon? Among the 4 units of the Apocalypse Knights, the only one primarily using magic, the Magic Cavalry unit. That's what the Black Knights were, and their magical tools were these scales. The commander of the Black Knights held a particularly large scale made of chains. As the Black Knight commander approached the fortress, Evangeline saw his face. A centaur with a face covered in swirling dark blue water. Come. Recalling the prepared strategy, Evangeline took a deep breath. Clink. The Black Knight commander suddenly raised the scale in his hand high, then pointed at Evangeline with his other hand. Unable to understand the intention, Evangeline tilted her head. What does this mean? Shush! In the next moment, a water shape formed on both sides of the Black Knight commander's scale. One side resembled Evangeline, a girl knight, while the other, what? Was the figure of a plump pig. The scale wavered, measuring the weights of Evangeline and the pig, and then tilted sharply to one side. Towards Evangeline. The Black Knight commander laughed, covering his face. His subordinates laughed and pointed at Evangeline. What does that mean? Although she didn't fully understand, Evangeline, feeling extremely irritated, shouted. What does that mean? Why are you laughing, you bastards? Chapter 771. It's very common to taunt the enemy on the battlefield to break their morale. Evangeline considered that weight jibe to be that kind of attack as well, so she tried to brush it off without much impact. I'll beat the crap out of all of you, you monsters. Her fighting spirit was burning even more fiercely. However, this scale play by the Black Knight commander was not a simple taunt. Right after the giant scale judged that Evangeline was heavier. Clank! With a heavy sound like chains being dragged, Evangeline suddenly staggered. Ugh! Her whole body feels as heavy as cotton soaked in water. Stumbling and grabbing the castle wall, Evangeline gritted her teeth. What is this, my body? Then the Black Knight put a new subject on the scale and said, a day's wages for a person is sufficient with 1 quart of wheat and 3 quarts of barley, a little olive oil and wine. Sins that exceed this become piled upon the soul, acting as a weight that drags that soul to hell. 2 subjects were placed on the scale. One was Evangeline, and on the other side was a calf. Clank! Evangeline was heavier. The pressure of weight on Evangeline's entire body also increased. Unable to withstand the suffocating pressure, Evangeline fell to one knee on the ground. Clank! 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 In succession, the weight of Evangeline's sins was compared to numerous other beasts. And Evangeline's sins were heavier than any of those beasts. You have committed numerous killings. Your sins are far heavier than any beast. The Black Knight commander slowly extended his hand, pointing at Evangeline. I shall take away your life accordingly. The scales spun around in circles, with the water-formed image of the young knight positioned in the center. An ancient powerful curse was loaded. Now when the Black Knight waves his hand, it will tear away as much life from Evangeline's body as judged. Sins, you say? At that moment, overcoming the pressure of the curse, Evangeline opened her mouth. Who are you to play judge of my life? Crack! Instead of dispelling the curse with magic, Evangeline endured it with brute force. Against the curse pressing down on her from all directions, she tightened her abdomen and managed to raise her body. Then she roared. I am Evangeline Cross, daughter of Charles and Elaine, eldest daughter of the Cross family, and heir to the Margrave of the Ever-Black Empire. Thud! Evangeline, gripping her spear and shield, stared straight at the enemy commander. I killed enemies to protect my people. Since I swore to defend this land, I have not been ashamed of my actions for a single moment. Don't judge my life by your standards, monster. The Black Knight commander silently completed the curse. Clank dash! Countless execution devices made of iron chains appeared in the air around Evangeline and fell towards her. Evangeline raised her shield with all her might to block all those curses. Clang! Clang dash! Evangeline's shield glowed brilliantly white, recognizing the incoming curses as enemy attacks and absorbing them all. And above all, don't you dare comment on my body weight. After completely absorbing the Black Knight's curse with her endless damage save capacity, Evangeline transferred that curse to the tip of her spear. My motto is eat a lot, work a lot. As long as I eat well and stay healthy, that's all that matters. And she shot the gathered curse forward with all her might. I'm not going on a diet, you bastards dash. Kuong dash. The curse returned in reverse through damage payback and exploded among the Black Knights. The Black Knights hit by the attack fell like autumn leaves. Ha, ha! She perfectly nullified the enemy's first curse attack. The pressure that had been weighing down her entire body disappeared. Evangeline lightly bounced in place with her lightened body. Phew! I'm already hungry after doing this once. An extreme hunger assailed her, perhaps as an aftereffect of withstanding the curse. As she quickly stuffed the supply snacks tucked inside her shield into her mouth, Verdandi, standing next to her, carefully called out to Evangeline. President. Yes? What is it, Sister Verdandi? Then Verdandi nodded with a serious face. I think it's cuter to have a little belly fat. Really? Especially for our race, since we have a constitution that doesn't gain weight easily, the chubbier ones are considered more aesthetically beautiful. You look really good right now, President. If anything, I'd like you to gain a little more weight and restore those round cheeks from 3 years ago. Anyway, let's keep it like this. Then she flashed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up. After looking incredulously at this elven king who seemed unlikely to worry about dieting, Evangeline shook her head, and she muttered, I'll have to ask that old man later which he prefers. Well, whatever that man's preferences are doesn't matter. After all, she'll live as she just declared, eat as much as she wants, and work hard at her duties. There's no way such a process of life could be sinful. Now, come on in. The entire Black Knight unit raised their scales to place a curse on the entire second forward base. Granting the final fortress effect to everyone in the forward base, Evangeline shouted. I'm going to crush all of you and eat until I burst for dinner tonight dash. Whang! A desolate wind blew in front of the first forward base. Hugh, Hugh, Hugh. Torkel, roughly catching his breath, and the giant burning centaur standing before him. The match between the Red Knight commander and Torkel was not easily decided. Both were brave warriors with incredible innate toughness. Every time the Red Knight commander stomped the ground with his hooves, flames erupted, and gales of heat and fire poured from the great sword he wielded. But Torkel was a man who had even withstood the Nightbringer's breath attack with his body before. He could laugh off attacks of this level. Of course, he didn't just defend. Torkel swung his mace in between to attempt strikes on the Red Knight commander. While he didn't possess extraordinary attack techniques, Torkel's brute strength was not to be underestimated. The mace Torkel wielded carried enough power to easily crumple steel plates. But the Red Knight commander's martial prowess was impressive. Even when Torkel thrust out his mace like an ambush, he would easily deflect it with a swing of his greatsword. It was a repetition of the Red Knight commander unleashing fierce attacks, Torkel firmly defending and sharply counterattacking, and the Red Knight commander perfectly receiving those attacks. After dozens of exchanges, realizing that the match wouldn't be decided this way, the Red Knight commander changed his pattern. Whoosh! The raised greatsword was engulfed in fierce flames, and soon a fire tornado shot up with enough force to pierce the sky. The Red Knight commander then brought down this flaming greatsword. Torkel knew he should dodge, but the forward base was right behind him. If he couldn't defend against that terrifying attack, the forward base would be destroyed. HNH-. Without hesitation, Torkel activated Man is not made for defeat. He even threw away his shield and received the Red Knight commander's flame sword with his body. Kuang-. It was a sword strike powerful enough to easily split and burn down any ordinary fortress, but Torkel had withstood even greater attacks several times before. Torkel, who charged head-on while splitting the flames with his whole body, gripped his mace with both hands. The Red Knight commander couldn't move as he was using all his strength on this flame greatsword. Victory flashed in Torkel's eyes. Got you! Ziak-. The mace was swung fiercely, aiming for the Red Knight commander's head. But the mace didn't crush the Red Knight commander's head. Instead, it sliced through the air and smashed the ground below. This was because another Red Knight who had intruded on the battlefield grabbed his commander and quickly pulled him back. Flames flowed like blood from the head of the commander who narrowly avoided the mace. Pushing their commander back, the rest of the Red Knights surrounded Torkel in a circle. Interfering in a duel between commanders, Torkel clicked his tongue. Friends who don't know honor. The Red Knights didn't respond. They just raised their greatswords, preparing to charge at Torkel all at once. Torkel slowly looked around and gripped his mace again. True to their cavalry nature, the encirclement was swift and perfect. There was no gap to escape through. I'm not taking damage now, but soon. Once the effect of man is not made for defeat ends, the enemies will rush in at once. How long will he be able to hold out then? As he thought this and adjusted his grip on the mace, thwack dash, with a refreshing impact sound, a part of the encirclement collapsed. A man who had flown in from the castle wall delivered a descending kick from midair, crushing the back of a red knight's head and sliding down like a sled. Hey there, Torkel. The muscular man with flowing red hair tied back was Kuolin. You didn't come here as a mere warrior, but as a commander, right? On either side of the grinning Kuolin, Crossroads' melee combat unit poured out through the now open forward base gates. Then trust your comrades a bit more. I'm saying to use us in the right place at the right time. Thud. Thwack.
Boom.
Kuolin's penal unit swung their weapons in an instant, pushing back the Red Knights. Kuolin, in particular, overwhelmed the Red Knights in the area with his tremendous breakthrough power, unleashing brutal fist techniques. Realizing it was difficult to maintain the encirclement, the Red Knights broke the formation and retreated to one side. Kuolin and the warriors who had come to rescue Torkel gathered behind him. Well, this is embarrassing. Torkel smiled awkwardly. Since it's my first time leading so many people in this position, I made such a mistake. It's all right. You were cool. You stalled for time well. And most importantly, Kuolin grinned and nodded towards the Red Knight commander regaining his stance on the other side. You won. Ha ha. They're the ones who lost the one-on-one fight ungracefully and sent out their subordinates first. Kuolin picked up Torkel's shield that had fallen to the ground and handed it to him. Our commander-in-chief appointed you as the commander here for good reason. Live up to those expectations. Torkel silently received the shield and equipped it on his left arm. Now then, Commander Torkel of the 1st Temporary Forward Base. Kuolin clashed his two fists in front of his chest with a thud and asked, "Give us your orders. How shall we crush those bastards?" Torkel quickly grasped the situation of his allies across the battlefield with his equipped helmet, the Nightmare Slayer Original Sin, and he nodded. There was a way to fight honorably like warriors, but since they broke the excitement of the duel first, Torkel slowly turned his body to look towards the forward base. Let's go for the dirty approach too. There stood Junior holding her staff. Inside the opened forward base, mages could be seen spreading out a joint magic circle and gathering mana together. During that time, the mages had been gathering mana and transferring it to Junior, and now that process was complete. A duel between commanders has its romance, but Junior smiled bitterly as she raised her staff. This is what modern warfare looks like. Flash dash. A dazzling light gathered on Junior's staff, Rod of Crimson, then shot towards the sky above the Red Knight unit. And the next moment, an incredible amount of dark clouds gathered at that point and the counter to the Red Knight's fire attribute, and Junior's innate attribute of water, poured down furiously. Rumble. Fierce lightning and overwhelming gusts accompanied by torrential rain mercilessly struck the Red Knight unit. Chapter 772. Temporary Magic Fortress Forward Base. Coo! The White Knight commander kept retreating, spewing toxic fluid from his entire body. His face had no eyes, nose, or mouth, only writhing malice that was rotting black. But I could read the emotions they were emitting as they looked at me. Bewilderment and fear. What's wrong? I was approaching them without stopping, equipped with the King of Flies armor, Lord of the High Tower. Is this your first time facing an opponent completely immune to your attacks? While my auto-turrets in the Magic Fortress poured out long-range bombardment, I personally sortied to physically block the White Knights from approaching any further. They poured all their pollution on me as I got close. But I am immune to all poisons. Even that Plague Master Raven couldn't contaminate me with a frontal approach. As if your poison would work on me. Bang! Kuang! Another barrage from my auto-turrets in the fortress swept across the area. Of course, I was caught in the range too, but I easily withstood it with the overwhelming defense of Lord of the High Tower. On the other hand, The white knights caught in the range couldn't withstand it and collapsed, spewing toxic fluid. Coo-oo-oo. The white knight commander trembled along with his few remaining subordinates. I nullified their plague, and they had no other means to take me down. If they tried to bypass, Kelly Bay would pour Step Crusher again onto the already devastated terrain. And the auto turrets would unleash a precise barrage. The White Knight commander belatedly realized that this magic fortress forward base was essentially impregnable. Tot! He kicked the ground with his hooves and leaped back significantly. Then he began to flee in an instant, leading his surviving subordinates. Whoa, what the? They're running away, Ash! Kelly Bay, startled, kept firing Step Crusher from atop the wall. A few more White Knights fell, caught in the collapsing ground and bombardment, but the White Knight commander and about a dozen of his subordinates managed to successfully escape. It's okay, Kelly Bay. No need to chase recklessly. Watching the enemies quickly disappear as if flying, I nodded. The original reason for deploying the forward base was to blunt their spearhead, not to annihilate them. Pursuing and completely annihilating them is the job of another unit. For now, we've reduced the White Knights' numbers enough. I jumped up onto the magic fortress and nodded. Let's go support the other forward bases. Everyone must be struggling. All right, but are we dismantling this magic fortress before we go? Kelly Bay licked his lips as he looked at the 100 auto-defense turrets. It's a bit of a shame. These turret friends will disappear too. I grinned at Kelly Bay's words. Who says they're going to disappear? Ha! We poured 100 magic cores into making this. It'd be too wasteful to use it once and throw it away. I planted the flag firmly on top of the magic fortress wall. Then the magic walls assembled in fortress form began to disassemble in sequence, then reassembled themselves, clumping together, and eventually transformed into the shape of a massive train, with auto-defense turrets still attached all over. Oh, good golly! Kelly Bay clung to the train, his eyes sparkling like a child with a huge toy. The other dwarves likewise drooled as they quickly boarded the empty spaces on the train. Even that Nightbringer bastard could transform between train and fortress. I can't lose out. If I think outside the box, there are endless ways to apply my abilities. After grasping the principle and form of how the mobile wall a Nightbringer moves, I applied it to my magic fortress, and it worked out quite impressively. I grinned as I sat on the roof of the train's lead car. Come on, let's go quickly. Everyone aboard. We're going to rescue the other forward bases dash. Rumble. We began to move towards the direction of the first forward base on our turret train. The battle at the first forward base was almost over. Most of the Red Knights had been rendered incapacitated by the combined magic bombardment of Junior and the mages, and while the Red Knight commander was still resisting with his few remaining subordinates, honk honk, you bastard, boom dash, rat-a-tat-a-tat. My magic train that suddenly appeared from behind rammed right into them, and the auto-defense turrets attached to this train poured fire at point-blank range, overwhelming them. Craw dash. At the Red Knight commander's short roar, the surviving Red Knights began to flee quickly, just as the White Knights had done earlier. Enough, let them go. Now's not the time to chase those guys. After stopping Torkel, Coolin, Jr., and others who were urgently trying to pursue them, I pointed towards the direction of the second forward base. Personnel who can immediately participate in battle, board here. We're going to rescue the second forward base. The remaining personnel, clean up the forward base, transform the walls into train form, and return to Crossroad. Execute. Yes, Sir Dash. The subordinates moved immediately according to my orders without a single word of objection. The on-site personnel Torkel, Coolin, Jr., and other heroes, soldiers, and mages joined additionally, and we began moving towards the second forward base. Everyone did well. Let's hang in there a bit more. After encouraging the subordinates on the train, I nodded to Torkel. So, Torkel, how is it? Is the role of commander manageable? Torkel smiled bitterly in response. At most, I've handled 5 or 10 subordinates before, but this scale is certainly difficult. I'm very lacking. Coolin chuckled and slapped Torkel's shoulder. So modest, you were doing great. Junior added. It wasn't bad, right? However, when I asked curiously, Junior shrugged. I thought it was a bit dangerous to enter enemy lines alone without a word or engage in one-on-one duels with enemy commanders. I wonder who he learned that from. Ouch. As everyone silently looked at me with meaningful gazes as if they had made an agreement, I cleared my throat and turned my eyes towards the train's course. All right, we'll finish the battle evaluation later. Let's finish dealing with this. The second forward base came into close view. Here, an intense battle was taking place with Black Knights clinging close to the walls, but reinforcements deployed ahead of us were crushing the Black Knights' heads. Flap, flap, a beast with a lion's body and giant eagle wings, a griffin, and the Sky Knights riding those griffins. Our crossroads aerial cavalry led by Mikhail had sortied from La Mancha and launched a surprise dive attack on the Black Knights. Ki-yek! The Black Knights kept raising their scales, trying to curse the Sky Knights. But, evade dash! Each time, Mikhail gave instructions with uncanny timing, and the Sky Knights moved as one to avoid the curses. Reformat formation dash! Leading the Sky Knights at the forefront, Mikhail wore a crown-shaped helmet that he had equipped for the first time in this battle. This helmet, with impressively rising horns like a reindeer's, was the new Nightmare Slayer. The buck stops here. Its equipment manufactured with the magic core from defeating Cromwell. Its effect is consciousness resonance with blood-related kin. Through this ability, Mikhail became able to share thoughts not only with Sky Knight members but also with griffins that share the same blood flowing in his heart. All griffins and riders literally began to move with one heart and mind. Swoosh dash! The scene of griffin riders in the air simultaneously performing aerobatics and ravaging the enemies without a second's gap was beautiful. Into this place where the tide of battle had already turned, my magic turret train barged in once again. Sweep them all away dash! As I roared, the auto turrets spewed fire, and the heroes who jumped off the train all at once swung their weapons. With the second forward base holding out strongly, the Sky Knights' air raids, and our rear surprise attack following, even the Black Knight unit could no longer endure. They began to flee quickly through the empty defensive lines. Senior, and everyone, as I waved back to Evangeline jumping up and down on the third forward base wall, Mikhail and the Sky Knight members landed beside me one by one. Ash, you came at the right time. Mikhail! This second forward base fell into the most precarious situation first, so I came to rescue it first. I nodded towards the young king's new equipment as he spoke reliably. How's the new helmet? To my question, Mikhail smiled with satisfaction and tapped his helmet. The buck stops here. It's very good. I can fight as if I'm one body with everyone. It's both fascinating and efficient. By the way, Mikhail had driven out and purified the darkness embedded in this Nightmare Slayer within a day of receiving it. It was an equipment with a kill count option. But still, is this even possible? Just how much stronger has his mental fortitude become? He used to be the epitome of a fragile mentality. When I subtly asked about his secret, Mikhail turned his gaze with a slightly saddened face and murmured, "Hee hee. Marrying 5 people inevitably strengthens your mentality." Ah! Then I saw 5 queens approaching Mikhail's surroundings with fierce glares. Mikhail, we're currently in consciousness resonance with that helmet's magic. How dare you think such thoughts openly? You're in for it now. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Aya. I quickly turned around, leaving behind Mikhail's screams as he was being mauled. Well, as long as he looks happy, it's okay. I gathered the personnel who could depart for the next battlefield immediately from the second forward base. We must go rescue the third forward base. It's where the strongest enemy in this battle is lurking. So only those with enough strength left should follow. The one in charge of commanding the third forward base is my right-hand man, Lucas. I think he's holding out well, but we should still go to his aid as soon as possible. As I was thinking this and encouraging the subordinates tired from the previous battles, bang!
Boom!
An explosion sounded from afar. Everyone looked that way in surprise. I hurriedly turned my head too, and we could see a pirate ship-shaped airship falling with explosions in the not-so-distant sky. Our Crossroads new airship that was stationed at the 3rd Forward Base for retreat purposes. Blue Pearl? The Rompeler pirate cruise flagship was falling helplessly to the ground. Urgent report dash. Following that, a single cavalryman came rushing from the direction of the 3rd Forward Base. That cavalryman, his whole body frozen, nevertheless desperately rode up to us, then dismounted as if almost falling off his horse and knelt before me. Opening his frozen, trembling lips, he reported. Reporting, Your Majesty. What happened? The 3rd Forward Base has fallen. The blood drained from everyone's faces. We were holding out well, but suddenly the enemy commander exerted some unknown immense power. When casualties occurred, they suddenly became stronger. Then the tide of battle turned sharply. Oh no! Commander Lucas urgently retreated the remaining survivors, and then, the soldier paused his report, taking a breath. Unable to wait, I urged him on. After retreating them, what about Lucas? Then the soldier, with a deeply contorted face, barely answered. Saying he would buy time, he remained at the forward base. Chapter 773. When the Lamb opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, Come! I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades was following close behind him. They were given power over a 1/4 of the earth to kill by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth. 3rd Forward Base. In this half-frozen, collapsed ruin, Lucas was barely standing, covered in blood. Ha! As he exhaled a long breath, the white mist that extended froze instantly. This wasn't a phenomenon occurring due to low winter temperatures. It was because an evil so cold and powerful that it could freeze even the soul was lurking before him. The 4th and strongest unit of the Apocalypse Knights. The Blue Knights of Death. These centaurs, with their blue capes fluttering, were clad in armor made entirely of blue ice. Especially the one at the front had ice proliferated and amplified all over his body, looking almost like a giant ice statue. The icicles spreading in all directions looked like a monster's horns. His face, too, was covered in massive ice, as if wearing an upside-down crown made of ice. Around the monster were the corpses of Crossroad soldiers who had frozen to death just moments ago, with cold still being extracted from those corpses in real time. Wrapping himself in the cold extracted from death, a faint laugh flowed from the ice-covered face of the Blue Knight. Knight, why did you remain alone instead of fleeing? Lucas didn't bother to answer and gripped the 2 swords in his hands. Originally, the 3rd Forward Base had been holding out firmly against the Blue Knights. But, when the enemy commander broke through a part of the front line and the first casualty occurred, it collapsed rapidly. The Blue Knights absorbed the cold from the first death, and strengthened by that absorbed cold, they unleashed fierce attacks causing more casualties. In this way, the collapse of the front line happened too suddenly and explosively. Originally, there was a prepared method to systematically retreat troops when the front line was pushed back, but in this situation, a safe retreat became impossible. In the end, Lucas chose to stay behind alone to face the Blue Knights and buy time while evacuating all the remaining survivors. It was an action born from confidence that with his combat ability and mobility, he could sufficiently buy time and then retreat. But, Kook! Lucas looked down at his legs. They were frozen. No, not just his feet. The entire area of ground was completely frozen white. Even the great Lucas couldn't exert his usual mobility in this place where the entire ground was frozen and trembling with cold. He succeeded in evacuating all the surviving allies, but Lucas himself was in a dilemma, tightly surrounded by Blue Knights. Prepared for your own death to save your comrades. That spirit is admirable. Sring. The Blue Knight commander approached, spinning his giant scythe. But you must pay the price. At that, Lucas's frozen lips curled up with a sneer. What? Prepared for death? The Blue Knight commander showed a puzzled expression at the clear mockery. Between Lucas's white frozen golden hair, which he had briefly lowered, blue eyes colder than the snow and ice surrounding the area were revealed. "Don't make me laugh, monster." "What? I'm going to live." "Goo." Golden currents began to swirl behind Lucas's back. "I sent my comrades away because their survival increases the chances of winning this war. And to win this war." A faint warmth suddenly brushed across Lucas's blue eyes, which had been swirling with cold hostility. "A world where my precious people can live happily will come, and I want to live to see that. That's all there is to it. I never prepared for death." Lucas's gaze had long since left the dark cave. He too was envisioning the peaceful scenery beyond the flag led by his lord, the blue spring sky that would unfold beyond. "And there's something else you're mistaken about." Lucas slowly overlapped the two swords in his hands, and he activated the new gimmick he had requested Kelly Bay to add to the two swords. Click dash. Bestowed sword is a special sword with only a hilt and no blade. A special equipment where a blade of light erupts from the guard position, and when the light blade isn't activated, it's just a guard and hilt. This sword with only a hilt attached to the lower part of Excalibur's hilt with magical sparks flying. At the same time, the separated guard parts also moved up along Excalibur's hilt with magical sparks flying, attaching to Excalibur's guard. Now, Excalibur had a hilt twice as long as before, and a guard twice as long. And, whoosh dash, along the white and blue blade of the holy sword, golden light currents surged, enveloping Excalibur's blade. Bestowed sword's blade of light erupted massively, swirling around. After combining the two long swords into one greatsword, Lucas pointed the tip of that greatsword towards the enemy commander. "I'm not running away. I'll take all of you down right here." A special transformation combination gimmick that was possible because both swords are holy, sung, and light gong attribute weapons. This weapon, where two SSR-grade legendary weapons synergize, too powerful for mere humans to wield, is named Ad Astra. It was an EX-grade weapon that could only be used for a limited time that the two longswords and Lucas himself could withstand. This power is so strong that it's hard to use when allies are around. While deploying Ad Astra, Lucas also activated his ultimate skill, Divine Descent, simultaneously. The ice around Lucas, enveloped in swirling light, began to melt. Surrounded by dazzling light, Lucas readjusted his grip on the giant sword of light. Both the weapon and its user had undoubtedly touched divine might, but Lucas's deep blue eyes still hadn't lost their human warmth. And that gaze, no longer containing any beastliness, darkness, or regret, stared straight at the enemy commander. Meeting that gaze, the Blue Knight commander muttered in a chilling voice, "For a human in this twilight age where everything decays, you're quite something." Dark blue ice crackled and clung to the Blue Knight commander's scythe, expanding the already long blade to an even more massive size. Yet all that resistance is futile. In the end, destruction will come soon, and everything in this world will turn to dust and disappear beyond time. What a tired story. Lucas smirked and slowly pulled back his greatsword. "I've already realized the preciousness of all those moments that have passed." The process of the past 3 years flashed through his mind. All those days of pain, sorrow, regret, and forgiveness. Looking back, there wasn't a single moment in this long journey that wasn't precious. Even if they had flowed away and turned to dust, they were all beautiful. And now the end of this journey is right before us. The days to come will eventually pass by in vain and turn to dust in memory. But I'll cherish those too. So he will live. He will definitely live to see it. The end of the grand battle his lord has led. And I will see the day when the child born after my Lord Mary's Lady Serenade calls me Uncle Lucas. The confused Blue Knight commander paused for a moment. What did he say? But Lucas, ignoring this, quietly murmured his next wish. And my own happiness too. His own happiness as Lucas, which he had disregarded until now. He will obtain it. Lucas gripped the greatsword with determination. Well then, here I go. The next moment. Flash dash. Lucas swung the sword of light fiercely, and all the blue knights who charged towards Lucas simultaneously plunged their ice scythes. Dazzling light and bone-chilling cold erupted simultaneously from the third forward base. The moment we arrived at the third forward base, an immense light and cold burst out simultaneously from inside the forward base. Whoa! Everyone hold on tight. Evangeline, who had jumped to the front of the train, raised her shield to protect the magic train. Kuang. As we charged into the forward base interior, what we saw was the scene of all the blue knights surrounding and charging at Lucas being cut in half by Lucas's slash of light. The sight of ancient ice knights being completely torn apart amidst the swirling light particles, and all the ice covering the area melting away, was truly mythical. Everyone's jaws dropped. But I knew. Now is not the time to let our guard down. Lucas! I shouted with all my might. Get out of there, Dash! Lucas seemed convinced that he had taken down all enemies with this one strike. But at my words, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly moved away. And my instruction was accurate. Aya Dash, the commander of the Blue Knights. This centaur, whose entire body was covered in ice like an ice lord, has the ability to extract cold from death. In other words, he can extract cold even from the deaths of his own subordinates. Crack, crackle. The Blue Knight commander, his entire body covered in white ice, swung his now almost house-sized scythe, but Lucas had already moved away after hearing my instruction. Ziak. Winter bloomed where the scythe struck. A terrifying cold shook the area. Finish it. Lucas, who had retreated far, tried to charge at the enemy commander again. But, okay, that's enough. Tat. Driving the magic train to Lucas's side, I snatched Lucas onto the train, then turned north. Let's retreat. To Crossroads' main castle. What? You've taken down all of his subordinates, that's enough. Now let's defeat their final phase with the method we prepared at the main castle. Lucas tried to voice a different opinion, but, ugh. Perhaps due to the aftermath of unleashing that terrifyingly powerful light attack just now, his ultimate skill, Divine Descent, was forcibly cancelled, and the two combined longswords also separated as if bouncing apart. Ah! The Blue Knight commander, transformed into a giant ice monster, tried to chase us, but he was slow due to the excessive ice clinging to his entire body. We were able to safely leave the third forward base behind him and head north. I patted Lucas's back as he caught his breath roughly. Well done. We lost soldiers. That's my responsibility as the commander-in-chief. You did your best as the on-site commander. Thanks to you buying time, the rest of the personnel were able to retreat safely. The deaths of allies are heartbreaking, but there's enough time to dwell on the sorrow after the defense battle is over. In the end, all 4 forward bases succeeded in blunting the enemy's spearhead. This defensive battle is being carried out according to plan. As I was thinking about the enemy's remaining course of action and how to deal with it, Lucas suddenly said, My lord. Yes. When this war is all over. Yes. You must be happy. I blinked. What's with this sudden nonsense? Lucas showed an inexplicable smile. Because I'll be happy too. Then Lucas glanced at Evangeline beside him. Evangeline, who had been brushing off the frost powder stuck to Lucas's armor, blushed in embarrassment and said one thing. Old man, I have something to ask too. What is it? Do you prefer having a belly or not having one? It's fine either way. That's the right answer, Dash. Evangeline rejoiced and pounded Lucas's armor even harder. Lucas left Evangeline alone with a bitter smile. Listening to the two knights' incomprehensible conversation, I just gaped blankly. I really can't follow the kids' conversations lately. Is this a generation gap? Chapter 774. We retreated and regrouped with the soldiers who had withdrawn earlier at the main castle of Crossroad. Of the 3 mobile walls we had deployed as forward bases, only 2 returned. We positioned those 2 in front of Crossroad and formed a new defensive line. The Apocalypse Knights are composed of 4 units. They advanced separately, each collecting their materials, I calmly explained. They extract the essence of plague, war, famine, and death from the humans they've defeated. And based on these collected essences, when they regroup, I couldn't help but sigh during the explanation. They combine again. It was the last phase combination gimmick that was starting to get tiresome. Take it easy, you monster bastards. When there's one knight from each unit, they combine into a single Knight of Doom. An entity that successfully combines like this becomes a complete being that can handle plague, war, famine, and death all by itself. When this happens, they become ridiculously strong. So theoretically, if they don't lose a single knight during their advance, it's possible for 444 Apocalypse Knights to combine into 111 complete beings. If this happens, their combined abilities and numbers create a synergy that makes them insanely powerful. These 111 units of Apocalypse Knights would be comparable in specs to even that Black Dragon. Well, this is just in theory. But we've already blunted their spearhead. Their numbers have been greatly reduced. The captains of each unit survived, but their subordinates were almost completely wiped out. The subordinates who didn't fall at the forward base are still being shot down by Damien's aerial sniping. The ones who survive until the end, probably the captains of each unit with high probability, will tenaciously advance in some way and try to reach the walls of Crossroad. The combat situation during their advance isn't really their main concern. Their goal is for all 4 units to regroup in front of the main castle where the real war will take place, regardless of how they detour. That's why they fought moderately and then retreated. It's also the reason they didn't care much whether their subordinates lived or died. Their main objective is to create one Knight of Doom by combining the 4 captain-level knights who have collected essences from the battlefield. We need to show them that this judgment itself was wrong. As per our strategy, we've blunted their spearhead. Especially thanks to Lucas's efforts, the 4th unit, the Blue Knight unit, is completely wiped out except for the captain. Now, if we can just prevent the captain-level knights from combining, it's essentially game over. We have several means prepared to prevent that. I shouted towards the heroes and soldiers who were getting into defensive positions. All right, we can see the end of this defensive battle. Let's all do our best. Hud 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 hud. The centaurs are charging. The 4 units of Apocalypse Knights, split into 4 directions, each collected the necessary essences from their respective battlefields. Now they were heading towards the southern plains spread out in front of Crossroad. The captains of each unit, confirming each other's presence from afar, nodded. Although their numbers were greatly reduced, the captains of each unit were safe. That's enough. The essences of the fallen subordinates are attributed to each captain, so if only the captain-level knights survive and can combine into a Knight of Doom, the siege is still possible. It's still possible to end this world. The 4 units that broke through valleys and forests via different routes simultaneously entered the southern plains. And slowly, they adjusted their course towards the center of the plains to set a rendezvous point. That point was exactly in front of the walls of Crossroad. "Assemble!" The Blue Knight captain roared, raising his giant ice scythe. He intended to absorb the other 3 unit captains as soon as they all converged in front of the walls, becoming a single entity. Bring doom to this world. The iron hammer of repentance. The speed of the cavalry and centaur units on the plains was truly incredible. In no time, the walls of Crossroad came within reach. Saya! As they entered within a certain distance of each other, white, red, black, and blue auras burst forth from the bodies of the 4 knights and connected. The Blue Knight captain shouted fiercely, "Come!" The bodies of the White Knight, Red Knight, and Black Knight captains began to dissolve and scatter into acid, fire, and water in an instant. As he tried to absorb them through the connected magical pathways, the Blue Knight captain commanded, "With sword and famine and death and beasts of the earth, kill the whole war dash." And the next moment, click dash, an unknown activation sound rang out from atop the walls of Crossroad. Whoosh! A strange sensation of time and space being compressed enveloped the Blue Knight captain's entire body. With a dizzying flash, he felt as if his whole body was being thrown to the other side of the world, and the next moment, The Blue Knight captain found himself teleported alone to the edge of the southern plains. What? The stunned Blue Knight captain frantically looked around. He was definitely right in front of the walls of the human world just moments ago. But suddenly he was forcibly moved to a place far away, to the edge of the plains far south from the walls of the human world. This was the effect of start over, the highest grade defensive artifact of the human side. But the Blue Knight captain had no way of knowing its true nature, and the effect caused by this simple, if simple, artifact returned with massive repercussions. In front of the crossroad walls where the Blue Knight captain had temporarily disappeared, the White Knight, Red Knight, and Black Knight captains, who had entered a standby state for combination, lost their target for power transfer and fell into a momentarily defenseless state. Aim! The commander of the human side was not one to miss such an opening. Fire dash! Bang! Boom 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 boom. The crossfire that rained down tore the 3 knight captains to shreds. If they were at full strength, they could have easily withstood this level of bombardment and even launched a counterattack. But they were all in the process of gathering their power to transfer to their comrade. Naturally, they were not in a state to fight properly. Aya! Qua! How could this? The 3 knights fell miserably, spraying acid, fire, and water. Their subordinates were no exception. Not many had survived to begin with, but even those who remained all fell helplessly under Crossroads' bombardment. As expected, I smirked as I looked down at the annihilated enemy lines. It's the golden rule to attack the enemy while they're combining. It might sound like I'm taking the villain's stance, but who cares? The best strategy against combining enemies is always to beat them up during the combination. Well done, Lily, and the Alchemist team. As I gave a thumbs up in praise, Lily and the Alchemists who had brilliantly deployed, start over, smiled sheepishly. Now that's that. Lily, we need to prepare for the next step, right? Yes, yes. Please work me to the bone. Lily sighed and wheeled her wheelchair forward. Then she joined Diarmutin, who was preparing a joint aerial magic circle on the other side. HNNNH. Diarmutin was preparing his magic while sweating profusely. Lily also took a deep breath before starting to cast her magic. After confirming that the magic circle was being prepared, I looked south again. Thud, 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 thud. In the distance, at the edge of the southern plains, the Blue Knight captain who had been forcibly teleported could be seen charging alone. Although his subordinates and comrades had already been annihilated, he still seemed to be overflowing with fighting spirit. He still maintains the form of a giant ice knight. In fact, he's incredibly strong even in that state alone. However, if you show your attribute so obviously, it's the golden rule to counter with its weakness attribute, right? After all, if it's ice attribute, then all we have to do is beat him with its counter, fire attribute. I'll go first. Junior used elemental disassembly that she had memorized in advance on Lord of Crimson against the Blue Knight captain. Ying! Elemental disassembly hit accurately, cutting the Blue Knight captain's magic defense in half. Casting complete. Following that, Lily, who had been gathering magical power, opened her eyes wide. Various magic support artifacts connected to Lily, and Junior and Bodybag assisted Lily's magic. Here we go dash. Lily is not fundamentally a combatant. It's been quite some time since she retired from field work. Her main job is artifact management. But she consistently helped in battles in various ways, and she was trained on the battlefield while managing artifacts. And at the end of all those battle experiences, she finally succeeded in awakening. She learned her ultimate skill. And today is the debut of that ultimate skill. Whoosh! A wall of flames appeared in front of the charging Blue Knight captain. Crash dash! The Blue Knight captain easily broke through that wall. And then he discovered a new wall spread out behind it. Crash! Crash! Crash dash! He broke through 3 walls in succession, but beyond that, the walls of flame stretched endlessly, because Lily is generating them in real time right now. The name of this ultimate skill, which reduces the power and size of the firewall Lily used to use and then fires dozens of them in succession, is Fire Wave. It's a simple magic that just deploys walls of flame in succession. But what is the virtue of a flame mage in the first place? Simple structure and therefore powerful effect. This is it. Sizzle. The ice armor on the Blue Knight captain's body, which seemed like it would never melt, began to slowly melt from the edges. Whether it's ice formed with spiritual cold or whatever, there's nothing it can do against the walls of fire that keep crashing in succession. The Blue Knight captain looked around as if trying to find a detour belatedly, but already the procession of flame walls adjusted by Lily was closing in, surrounding the Blue Knight captain. In the end, he had no choice but to charge. Crash, crash, crash. After breaking through dozens of flame walls in succession, the Blue Knight captain was still intact, but his ice armor had gradually melted, reducing his massive size somewhat. Excellent, Lily. The one who praised Lily's ultimate skill was Diarmuiden. At the fingertips of Diarmuiden, who had received the magical power of dozens of people through the joint aerial magic circle, a giant flame spear was nestled. Let this old man add a handful to your military exploit, and Diarmuiden flew up into the sky magnificently using his robe Old Phoenix, then used that ascending power to execute a powerful spear throw. Zwung dash. A giant streak of flame spear shot out like a beam of light, and the next moment it hit the center of the Blue Knight captain's body. Crack. The sound of something breaking and splitting rang out. Crack, crack, crack. It was the sound of the ice armor worn by the Blue Knight captain breaking apart. Boom! The flame spear that had properly pierced exploded. The next moment, cracks spread all over the ice armor. Then it shattered and melted simultaneously. Aya! Though in agony, the Blue Knight captain was still holding back from swinging the scythe in his hand until the end. The failure of the Apocalypse Knights was already a foregone conclusion. If so, his intention must be to deliver a final blow to our defense line with that scythe imbued with ice and death. The Blue Knight captain, who finally reached right in front of the crossroad walls, pulled back his ice scythe with all his might. The flame mages have set the stage for us. Watching this scene, I raised my hand and drew a circle. Let's end this. Then Damien, still mounted on La Mancha, who had been waiting for my signal, fired a sniper shot from the sky. Thud dash. The falling magic bullet accurately lodged into the Blue Knight captain's scythe. With this alone, the final blow the Blue Knight captain was preparing was thrown off course, and its power was greatly reduced. And in front of such an enemy commander, hop dash! Evangeline, who had deployed her armor, Snow White, and jumped down from the wall as if flying, stood blocking with her shield raised. Evangeline's Shield of Housecross, now houses 3 ice spirits each after repairs and enhancements. Those spirits whirled around, covering the shield with ice. Crack! It easily absorbed the Blue Knight captain's ice scythe attack with the same attribute. Ice shards and snow powder whirled violently in all directions. But Evangeline succeeded in fully receiving the enemy commander's blow without being pushed back. Lucas, this is the opponent you were dealing with. I'll leave the finishing blow to you. Yes, my lord. Lucas, who had been waiting for my order, lightly kicked off the edge of the wall, flew in at a speed invisible to the eye, and landed in front of the enemy commander. Drawing his 2 swords, he spun as if dancing. Slash, slash, slash. After delivering dozens of sword strikes while grazing past the Blue Knight captain, he stopped spinning and sheathed his 2 swords again. Click. And at the same moment the 2 swords entered their sheaths. Ah!
Boom!
The Blue Knight captain's entire body burst outward with a flash as if exploding from the inside. This was the end of the 48th defensive battle. Chapter 775. The battle had ended. While damage elsewhere was minor, the forces that fought against the Blue Knight unit at the 3rd Forward Base suffered considerable losses. This was due to being caught in the enemy's attack before they could retreat when the front line collapsed. I personally came with soldiers and workers to recover the 3rd Forward Base. Corpses frozen to death by the Blue Knight's cold attacks were everywhere. May you rest in peace. An unnamed soldier had died frozen in the very pose of charging at the enemy with his sword raised. I recovered his body and closed his eyes. Fortunately, amid the misfortune, Blue Pearl, which had fallen during the battle at the 3rd Forward Base, succeeded in an emergency landing, completed repairs on its own, and rejoined us. The 2 pirate kings driving Blue Pearl, the Rompeler siblings, stuck out their tongues. Wow! I'd heard a lot about the monster front, but I didn't expect this. You're saying this is considered minor damage? They looked like they were about to end the world, and this is considered a relatively easy defense. We all smiled bitterly as we loaded the fallen soldiers' bodies into the prepared hearse. The 2 pirate kings, who had briefly squeezed their eyes shut, also participated in recovering the fallen. Blue Pearl, having completed emergency repairs, flew off carrying all the recovered bodies of the fallen. Following that, the airship La Mancha flew in, picked up the 3 damaged mobile walls from the 3rd Forward Base, and returned to Crossroad. Sitting on the bridge of the returning La Mancha, I leaned my forehead against the window and caught my breath. Crossroads soon came into view. The city was busy, wrapping up the 48th defensive battle while simultaneously beginning preparations for the 49th. As I surveyed the cityscape that now moved on its own without my specific instructions, I thought, the next defensive battle, Stage 49, is essentially the final stage we need to clear. In the game, Stage 49 is the last defensive battle Crossroad can withstand. The final defensive battle that follows, Stage 50, is in the realm of impossible to clear. When Stage 50 begins, the final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, pours out of the Black Lake, leading an infinite number of monsters. There is no possibility of victory against an infinite enemy army led by the strongest monster. So the method proposed in the game is for a suicide squad to enter the dungeon before Stage 50 begins and defeat the Sleepless Lake Princess. To kill Nameless, who has become a monster, her who has become the embodiment of nightmares, with our own hands. If we succeed in this, we'll see that ending we encountered in the game. That final scene where Lucas stands alone on a field of enemy and ally corpses. But now I know, going towards that ending isn't the proper strategy. The ending I desire and the strategy I've devised lies elsewhere. The true ending that Ader and I sought to reach together cannot be attained by following the existing route. If we want to break free from being actors manipulated on stage and truly become masters of our own fate, we must change our perspective on the world. We must break the rules from outside them, dominate them, and establish new ones. The puzzle pieces for this have all gathered in my hands, and I've decided to move forward on a new path never attempted before in this endlessly repeated apocalyptic game. But to be truly honest,
I'm afraid. Kropka.
It would be a lie to say I'm not anxious. Is the path I've chosen, the strategy I've found, really correct? If we go this way, will we really reach the true ending we desire? What if, due to my mistake, my wrong judgment, everyone following my flag meets a painful end? How amusing! I pushed aside my complicated thoughts and wiped my forehead with my hand. Looking back, my battles have always been like walking a tightrope. They've always been last stands. They've always been life or death struggles, always the final showdown. This anxiety creeping up on me now must be because the true end is near. Let's focus on the imminent defensive battle. To head towards the final battle, Stage 50, we must clear Stage 49. And in this Stage 49, there's a high probability that the current acting Demon King Crown will make some move. He's praying for salvation for his sister Nameless, but currently, perhaps due to the curse placed on him by the Demon King, he's clearly turned into an enemy commander. And as an enemy commander, he must have been trying to find ways to attack us while going through stages 46, 47, and 48. Whether he's really found our weakness, or if he'll try something else without clear results, is unknown at this point. One thing is certain though, Stage 49 will be incomparably more difficult than the previous 3 stages. Let's continue reconnaissance and prepare thoroughly. I examined the magic cores stored in my inventory, recovered from the previous 3 stages. 5 magic cores recovered from the great rat god. 3 magic cores recovered from Tamjinchi. 4 magic cores recovered from the Apocalypse Knights. The great rat god's magic cores are quite unstable. Let's use these to make relatively simple missiles. The Tamjinchi and Apocalypse 4 Knights magic cores are 2 high-grade materials. Even if the schedule is tight, it's better to make equipment with these. And we also need to open the boxes that have accumulated. Speed up the process of modifying La Mancha into a dimension-shifting ship, and urgently repair the 3 damaged mobile walls. As I was mentally organizing the busy schedule between battles, as hectic as the consecutive battles themselves, the airship landed. I was about to hurriedly give instructions to my subordinates as we disembarked, but the atmosphere around the people was a bit strange. Ha! Everyone was gathered around a space in front of the hangar, with shocked faces, covering their mouths, pulling their hair, widening their eyes, and some even shedding tears. Kai-ah! Oh my, how could this? I can't stop trembling. To think such a day would come. Aya! The atmosphere was unusual. I quickly pushed through the people on the outskirts and entered that space. What's going on? Why is everyone? I had to shut my mouth mid-sentence. As I pushed inside, it finally came into view. He was walking, step, Sid, towards his mother, Lily, who had just returned from the battlefield pulling her wheelchair. He had left his nanny's arms and was toddling on his 2 legs. It was truly a historic moment. Sid's first steps. Oh my God! The scene of the small, fair baby shaking his fluffy red hair, his large brown and green eyes sparkling, toddling towards his mother was transcendently cute, and also, somehow majestic. I too, like the shocked people around, covered my mouth with my hand and trembled all over. Come to think of it, he's already a year old. Unfortunately, on his first birthday we couldn't properly celebrate because it was the day of a defensive battle. I heard they had a quiet birthday party, and I sent a gift too. Anyway, Sid is already 1 year old. It means he's now old enough to start walking. I thought he would crawl forever. I thought he would only babble forever. I thought he would be our front lines representative baby forever. Wait a minute. Being able to walk means. Could it be now? Ah! Towards Lily, who was stretching out her arms with a surprised and joyful face, saying, that's right. Slowly. Sid, who was toddling towards her with his arms stretched out too, suddenly smiled brightly, and then, Mama! He did it. The people surrounding Lily and Sid watching this scene all screamed and fell backwards. Sighs, exclamations, and joyful screams filled the surroundings. Along with taking his first steps, he spoke his first word too. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as she silently bit her lips, hurriedly wiping her reddened eyes with the back of her hand. Lily smiled brightly back and opened her arms wide. Yes, that's right. Mama. Come here, my baby. Sid, excited, hurriedly took steps forward. Wobble. He fell forward. Lily, startled, was about to throw herself forward from her wheelchair, but there was no need. Eavo. Ayayayat. The 2 pirate kings standing behind me quickly stretched out their hands with strange shouts, creating a water cushion on the floor to catch Sid. Everyone in the place who collectively sighed in relief gave thumbs up to the 2 pirate kings. The Rompeler siblings sheepishly scratched the back of their heads. Sid, who had fallen face down on the fluffy water cushion, seemed to find the sensation fun and giggled. Then he got up again by himself on the cushion and, Mama! He toddled towards Lily again. Lily gently embraced her son, who had finally taken these short but great steps. Well done, my son. You did so well. Lily held Sid and wept. She had been worried that Sid wasn't starting to walk perhaps because she couldn't show him walking herself, that he couldn't speak because she couldn't always be by his side, busy with work on the front lines, or if it was because he was mixed race or an aftereffect of the difficult birth. I heard she had been consulting the temple often due to her many worries, but this was the moment when all those concerns were resolved. Thank you for growing up so well. In Lily's arms, Sid smiled innocently. The people watching this scene could no longer hold back and all rushed in. Call me too. Say Uncle Lucas. Sid. It's Sister Evangeline. Sister. Me too. Say Sister Verdandi. Hurry. No, if you have a conscience, say Auntie. It's Uncle Kelly Bay, baby. Come on. Say Uncle. Uncle? More like grandfather. I too shouted, squeezing in between the people acting childishly. Gee Godfather. The baby's clear gaze turned towards me. I smiled brightly back and shouted, Call me Godfather, Sid. Before stage 49 began, it was a peaceful and miraculous moment that came to our front line. And what happened after that? My consciousness, as if filled with noise, it's not clear. I am? Godfather. Suddenly breaking through my hazy thoughts, a young and blunt voice was heard from beside me. Godfather, pull yourself together. Huh? My clouded consciousness gradually awakens. From a dream of the distant past, of happier times, I return to reality. I came to my senses in a cold that felt like it could cut through flesh. This place is the entrance of a cave in some mountain. I was crouched at the cave entrance, wearing an old and dirty winter coat covered in matted fur, having just woken up from a light sleep. Outside the cave, snow is endlessly falling from the sky. No, this is not snow. This is ash. In the distance, the white frozen earth is visible, burning black and splitting, surging up into the sky as if in a whirlwind. This earth that has surged up into the sky falls back down as ash. A black storm burning the completely frozen earth. And a rain of falling ash. For a moment, I blankly stared at the ruined world. Yes, after losing the final battle against the Demon King, the human world was completely destroyed. It's been 15 years since then. Godfather. At the voice calling again, I turned my head towards the inside of the cave. There stood a young boy, with red hair like his mother's fluttering in the cold wind, eyes mixed green and brown like his father's, gazing straight ahead, the last great mage of humanity. Sid, with a clear gaze just like 15 years ago, looked at me and said bluntly, Just now Mom died. Chapter 776. I was defeated in stage 50. The final strategy failed, and the world was destroyed. 15 years have passed since then. In this ruined world, survivors are still clinging to life, and I am still rebelling against the fate of destruction that has already come. While tidying up my appearance, I looked in the mirror. Through my black hair, which has grown long over 15 years of not being properly cut, I see my still young face. Since inheriting the power of 2 dragons, I no longer age. But in my deeply sunken, tired eyes, the undeniable passage of time can be felt. For some reason, I now look very much like my father, Traha, who is already dead. I turned away from the mirror, full of cracks and dirty stains. I had to attend Lily's funeral. Lily's funeral was held simply. For 15 years after the world's destruction, Lily had been a great help to us despite being unable to move her legs. She appropriately distributed our scarce resources, placed our limited manpower where it was most needed, and supplemented our lack of warmth with her fire magic. Without her, the remnants of our World Guardian front wouldn't have been able to carry out even our last resistance activities properly. But Lily, who seemed like she would endure strongly forever, fell ill recently and didn't last long after that. This is a good death, isn't it? Looking at Lily's face laid on the frozen pile of firewood, Sid spoke indifferently. In a world like this, to be able to die with one's limbs intact, in the arms of those who care for you, by the warmth of a bonfire, how fortunate is that? Sid remained calm even in the face of his mother's death. This wasn't bravado or pretending to be strong. Truly, Sid considered it fortunate that Lily died this way. This child, who grew up in a ruined world, sincerely thought so. And in reality, dying from illness was considered a relatively intact end. Compared to the miserable deaths of other heroes who fell before, In this world that has become like this, cremation was indeed the only funeral method that could fully preserve the peace of the deceased. Other methods couldn't maintain the integrity of the body for various reasons. We prepared Lily's funeral near the entrance of the cave we were using as a hideout. We gathered what little firewood we had and sprinkled hard-to-obtain oil. At that moment, one of the heroes keeping watch around us approached me and quietly spoke. "Your Highness." I turned to see a woman with indigo hair dressed as a mortician. It was Elise, the mortician swordswoman, one of the few remaining skilled warriors in the current World Guardian front. She wore an eye patch over her lost right eye and a magical prosthetic in place of her lost left arm. But the sword coffin on her back was the same as 15 years ago. Inside the sword coffin were the weapons of fallen comrades preserved. The belongings of Serenade, who was her lost master and my lover, would also be preserved in Eliza's sword coffin. "Your Highness." While I was momentarily dazed thinking about Serenade, Elise called me again. Even though the world has been destroyed and Everblack no longer exists as a country, Elise still called me Your Highness. Even in a world where status no longer matters. Even though my coronation will never happen. If we light such a large fire, they will notice us. Their encirclement is already closing in on us. If we light a fire now and they pinpoint our location, we'll have to abandon this hideout we've just found. It had been only a week since the remnants of our World Guardian front moved to this cave, escaping from their pursuit. It was a comfortable hideout found after a long time. It was a shame to give it up. But even if we hold out longer, it's only a matter of days. After that, we'll eventually be discovered by them and have to find a new hideout, as we've done for the past 15 years. "Do you have a place in mind for the next hideout?" When I asked, Elise hesitated before slowly nodding. I nodded back. "We can't carelessly conduct Lily's funeral. Even if we have to move our hideout earlier than planned, let's send Lily off properly." "Understood." A faint sadness clearly swirled in Eliza's eyes as she stepped back. Although she had witnessed the deaths of countless comrades and recovered their weapons, Lily's death seemed painful for her too. Funerals in this era were really nothing special. What use is there in praying for blessings in the afterlife in an already ruined world? We just quietly mourn and light the fire. In the past, priests would bless the afterlife, soldiers would fire salutes into the sky, and I would recite poetry. I suddenly recalled funerals from the world before its destruction. Come to think of it, when was the last time I recited poetry? After the destruction, with too many people dying and unable to hold proper funerals, I stopped reciting poems for the deceased. As much as I cared for Lily, I wanted to utter even a single verse, but now I couldn't even recall a decent verse properly. I kept my mouth shut. After everyone's mourning ended, it was time to light the fire. Sid, who had been standing quietly beside me with an emotionless expression, snapped his fingers. Magical fire ignited the firewood beneath Lily. We watched Lily burn, engulfed in flames, until the very end. She had been my comrade since 18 years ago, when I first faced the Black Spider Legion at the forward base. Now that Lucas and Damien, who shared those times with us, were already dead or missing, the departure of Lily, the last veteran hero, made my insides churn. The fierce magical flames soon subsided, leaving only ashes where Lily had lain. Sid waved his hand once more, and a gust of wind scattered even those ashes, making them disappear. This was a funeral in the age of destruction, and it was the cleanest ending among the funerals I had seen over the past 15 years. And for good reason. Squeak, 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 squeak. After the destruction, this world became infested with them. Before we knew it, a horde of rats had gathered around the entrance of our hideout cave. Moving like waves, they surrounded us from afar, their blood-red eyes glinting. It's unclear what these rat hordes eat to maintain such numbers in this ruined world, but one thing is certain. They don't leave the bodies of my heroes alone. To avoid desecrating the deceased, cremating and scattering even the ashes is the best option. At least Lily's death will not be defiled by those creatures. A good death, huh? Thinking of Lily, who had now disappeared from this world without a trace, I took a long breath. A good death. I could feel the rat horde, undulating like waves in the distance, gradually closing in. I looked around and said, "Let's move to the next hideout." Once the rat horde starts to swell, it becomes unmanageable. But more fearsome than the rat horde is the arrival of what comes next. The rat horde is merely the eyes, nose, and ears of the real enemies. Just scouts controlled by the real enemies. Before the real enemies arrive, we must flee. The survivors had already packed their belongings. In fact, it was an era where there wasn't much left to pack. We began to move, following the guidance of Elias, our pathfinder. The rat horde surrounding us scattered all at once, making way, while still fixing their bright red gazes on us. Trying hard to ignore the rat horde, we advanced into the frozen world where white ash fell like rain. In the distance, a black storm was approaching. On the way to the next hideout, with our robes or cloaks pulled up to cover our heads, we walked through the endlessly falling ash. Although it was such a fierce downpour of ash that we could barely see straight ahead, we remained calm. In fact, this level of weather was barely considered bad weather, just an ordinary day. That's the kind of era it was. "Do you regret it?" Suddenly, such a question came from beside me. I turned to see Sid. The small boy was calmly climbing the ash-covered hill where his feet sank with each step. I asked back, "Regret what? Holding your mother's funeral? Leaving our hideout because of it?"
No.
Clear eyes gazed at me from between the boy's heavily covered robe. 15 years ago, on the day of the last defensive battle, the choice you made. In the end, that choice of yours made this world like this, didn't it? Do you regret it? I was momentarily dazed. It was because my memory of what my choice was 15 years ago was unclear. Back then, when we reached stage 50, instead of killing the Sleepless Lake Princess, I tried to save her. To do that, I met the Demon King separately. Throb. Instead of the moment of choice that didn't come to mind clearly, memories of the terrible consequences that followed the failed strategy overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. Crossroad burning. The final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, finally breaking through. And following her, an infinite, truly endless horde of monsters. Melting walls, the soldiers on them evaporating together. I tried to communicate with the Sleepless Lake Princess until the very end, because I believed it was the only way of strategy that could lead to the true ending. But the final boss merely swung her sword mercilessly. At this time, Serenade pushed me aside and took the Sleepless Lake Princess's sword instead, dying in my arms. Lucas stood alone against the enemy commander to allow me to escape from the Sleepless Lake Princess. And he continued fighting until he sent all of us out of Crossroad. I don't know his final moments. Torkel died fighting, guarding the front gate until the end. Coolin, Kelly, Verdandi, and the Rompeler siblings maintained the resistance line until the very end with the blessing of their racial gods, but eventually collapsed before the endless wave of monsters. Numerous soldiers and kings sacrificed themselves to buy time. To save me, after escorting the group of defeated soldiers, I led to the outskirts of Crossroad. Evangeline turned back and rushed into Crossroad again at the last moment, saying she would meet an end befitting the heir of House Cross, saying she didn't want to leave Lucas alone. She ran into her hometown, now swarming with demons and monsters. I don't know her final moments. On this day, the World Guardian Front was annihilated, and the world began its destruction. The endless horde of monsters led by the Sleepless Lake Princess burned every land, sea, and sky in this world. We, the final remnants of the World Guardian Front, tried to organize a resistance force to fight back somehow, but they were infinite and we had lost all our elites. Even those who managed to survive lost their lives one by one during the 15 years of life on the run that followed. And so, here we are now, in a world that has already been destroyed, where the earth is frozen and the sky is burning. We are living because we cannot die. I am wandering through this hell, searching for a non-existent move to turn the tables. I heard from Mom. Sid asked me again as I remained silent. That day, before the final battle, there was a chance to kill that monster. But you chose dialogue over war, and as a result, the world ended up like this. Do you regret it? I felt suffocated under the boy's clear gaze. If you could go back to that day's choice, would you change it? The answer didn't come easily. That's when it happened. Your Highness, Elias, who was leading the way at the front of our group, shouted urgently. Enemy!
Hud 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 hud.
The sound of hoofbeats rang out in the distance and quickly drew near. All survivors hurriedly drew their weapons. Elias shouted at the top of her lungs. It's the Apocalypse Knight's dash. As soon as her shout rang out, cavalry with fluttering cloaks charged at us from all directions, cutting through the ash downpour. Plague, famine, death. These enemies that have tormented us relentlessly since the destruction descended upon us like dark clouds, swinging their weapons. Chapter 777. Apocalypse Knights. These monsters we once defeated have appeared in this world again. But when you think about it, it's only natural. This is the world after the end of the world. It's not surprising that monsters symbolizing destruction, embodying the concept of annihilation, would revive and rampage. Boom, 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 boom. Through the hazy view caused by the swirling ashes, Apocalypse Knights charged in from all directions. Form a circular defense. Take defensive positions dash. I shouted, reaching for the flagpole at my waist, but it wasn't there. Only then did I realize. My flagpole, in the form of a ceremonial longsword, was destroyed 15 years ago. Kook! I tried to deploy my exclusive armor, but it was the same. Clink, clink, clank dash. The chainmail armor, that once fully covered my body, had been damaged during the long battle, and with the remaining chain parts, I could only form something like a gauntlet that barely covered one hand. I grabbed that gauntlet and struck the head of an approaching Apocalypse Knight. Thwack dash. The one hit by my fist had half its head blown off, but soon it regenerated the injured part and stood up like a zombie. Damn it! These were tough enemies even 15 years ago, and now they've become even stronger with this apocalyptic era as their battlefield. They're too strong for us to handle, having lost most of our ace heroes and reduced to a group of defeated soldiers. Cook! Even Elias, our strongest vanguard swordsman, couldn't withstand the fierce attack of the enemy cavalry and kept retreating. The rest of the survivors fell, spewing blood, or rolled on the ground screaming. In an instant, our defense collapsed. I gritted my teeth. At this rate, inevitably, I tried to awaken the dragon's power within me. There's a price I have to pay every time I use this power, but now is not the time to be picky. Lord! At that moment, a light touch landed on my shoulder. Leave it to me. Whoosh dash! With a sound of the air boiling, Sid, who had suddenly floated up into the sky, looked around with his characteristically emotionless eyes. Behind the boy, a dazzling rainbow-like radiance was bursting out in all directions. That's right. The reason why our World Guardian front, weakened and tattered as we are, could still survive without being completely annihilated. It's all thanks to this boy. Flash dash! Countless magic elements poured out from behind Sid's back and began to merge into a massive ring shape. The Mana Chosen, a genius among geniuses who learned the basics from Dr. Muden, was trained by Junior and surpassed even their achievements. Now that the two previous archmages are dead, he is the last archmage of humanity, carrying on their legacy. This is the boy before my eyes, Sid. Clap dash! As Sid lightly clapped his hands together and then spread them left and right, the rings of light that had been spinning around the boy's body flashed out in all directions. Black darkness gushed out like blood from the bodies of the Apocalypse Knights hit by these rings of light. More than half of the Apocalypse Knights died instantly and sprawled on the ground, while the rest barely pulled themselves together and quickly turned back. Boom, 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 boom. The enemies are retreating. As I watched them move away, I let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sid. We survived thanks to you. But many still died. Sid, who had landed next to me, muttered indifferently as he looked at the fallen comrades on the ground. The enemy's surprise attack was brief, but in the short time until Sid unleashed his magic to repel them, it had inflicted great damage on our side. The survivors gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. We lit a fire and blankly watched as the lives turned into another form of ash amidst the falling cinders. "Let's go, Your Highness." Elize, adjusting her sword coffin, jerked her chin. "The new hideout is far. We need to walk quickly before the enemies attack again." Leaving the pervasive death behind, we silently marched forward once more. How long did we walk like that? The place Elize guided us to was a ruined city. As the Earth's axis continues to twist and the land repeatedly decomposes and reassembles, it's impossible to know exactly where in the continent this city was before the apocalypse. We can only be grateful that we can shelter from the ashen rain for one night. The hideout I scouted is still half a day's walk away. Let's stay here for tonight and continue moving tomorrow. We unpacked in one of the ruined buildings and prepared to camp. After setting up watch shifts, people in the ruins collapsed one by one as if fainting. As usual, I sat at the entrance of the building, trying to think about tomorrow's plans, but extreme fatigue interfered with such thoughts. I was tired. My eyes closed involuntarily. "Do you often have nightmares, Ash?" A sweet voice, but one I never want to hear again, comes from in front of me. I glared ahead. I'm sitting at a table, and seated across from me is the Vampire King, Celendian, with his bright red eyes twinkling amiably, twirling a wine glass in one hand. He's smiling at me. Nightmares uncover the deepest fears in a person's inner self. They show you what you fear most in a tangible form. I know. This is a memory from long ago. Stage 5. Part of a conversation I had with him during the commander's meeting, amidst the final battle with the Bloodkin Legion. But imagine this. What if that nightmare doesn't end with the dream, but comes out into reality? Celendian stared intently at the wine glass in his hand. If it crawls out from the other side as a living, breathing monster with a clear form, if that monster stands before your eyes and looks into you, how would that feel? This is a meaningless, empty koan. Well then, young human, let me ask you once more. Even though I know this, I found myself drawn into his words without realizing it. Do you often have nightmares? What is it that you fear most? What I fear most, that is, I hope it's not too terrible. Celendian slowly turned his gaze. There stood the familiar walls of Crossroad from Stage 5, sturdy and strong. Whatever it is, if you look too deeply into it, it might become reality. And on those walls, there are the figures of dear comrades who fought alongside me long ago. Someone among them is shouting something, desperately reaching out their hand towards me, as if earnestly hoping their voice would reach me. I can't hear the voice, but I can read their lips. My Lord Dash. Lord. I open my eyes with a start. Once again, I tumble from the nostalgic mire of the distant past into the barren reality. A ruined world where ash rains down. This is my reality now. Lord, please eat. Sid, who had approached me without my noticing, was holding out a skewer of meat. Along with the heat of what seemed to be freshly grilled, a pungent smell hit me. I waved my hand. No. I don't have an appetite. Then, can I eat this? I'm hungry after using magic. Sure, if you want. Sid then quietly began to eat the meat skewer that was meant for me. That skewer is made of rat meat. It tastes bad, smells awful, and has little nutritional value, but it's one of the few food sources available to us in these times. Is it edible? No, it tastes bad. Sid mumbled as he quickly finished the rat meat skewer while chewing. But at least we don't have to eat each other, right? Unlike his bleak and cynical voice, Sid's face as he licked his greasy fingers was still young. Born in such an era, forced to become a premature adult. As I quietly watched this child, I suddenly asked, Sid, do you remember cotton candy? Huh. Sid tilted his head. Cotton candy? What's that? It's candy made by melting sugar into threads, then wrapping them up to make it look like a cloud. Sugar? Cloud? Candy? Sid kept tilting his head at this parade of unfamiliar words. It's food, right? What does it taste like? It's sweet. Very sweet. Sweet taste. Sid furrowed his brow as if trying to recall that taste he had rarely experienced in his short life. I think I knew what it tasted like, but what was it again? I swallowed my words internally. On New Year's Day, the first after you were born, your mother put a piece of cotton candy in your mouth. You probably don't remember. I can't recall it well anymore either, but even in this ugly world, there was once such a beautiful moment. I'd like to try cotton candy someday, Sid mumbled, finally giving up on recalling the sweet taste. I chuckled. Yeah, that would be nice. It might sound like empty talk, but who knows? If we're alive, anything could happen. Really? Will anything actually happen? It was then. Your Highness. Eliza approached. She looked tired and exhausted after tending to the wounded inside the ruined building. Many were injured in the earlier battle, and we've run out of medicine and bandages. So we've finally run out. At this rate, many will die tonight unable to hold on. It's been 3 years since Rosetta, our last healing priest, died. Since then, we've been treating injuries with always scarce medicine and dirty bandages, and now even those have run out. As it happens, this place seems to have been a city, albeit now in ruins, so I plan to search around. If we're lucky, we might find some useful items besides medical supplies. I'll go too. I decided to go along, not wanting to let Eliza struggle alone. Then Sid hurriedly followed us, wiping his fingers on the hem of his robe. I want to go too. It's my first time in a city, so I want to look around. All right, let's go together. We don't know what threats might be hiding in this long-abandoned ruined city. But the three of us, me, Eliza, and Sid, are the strongest forces left in the World Guardian front. If there's a problem, we should be able to crush it. After leaving the night watch and guard duty to the other heroes and soldiers, we left the campsite and entered the ruined city. In a world that has ended, when searching ruins or structures for supplies, there are all kinds of threats one might encounter. Starting from the danger of collapsing old buildings, ferocious wild beasts, all sorts of monsters like ghosts and demons, the horde of rats that surrounded us earlier and waited for an opening, the apocalypse knights that suddenly hunt living humans, and also, but more dangerous than any of these, there's a light. Other survivor groups. People, that is. I can see a bonfire inside that building over there. It seems there are other survivors staying in this city. That's not good. That's my honest feeling. Meeting people is not good. In a world that has ended, it's actually easier to make judgments. Because every being you meet is an enemy aiming for your life. So I can be wary and kill them all, and that's that. But people are in a gray area that can't be simply treated as hostile. Because they're people, we can't just cover it up and kill them. They might be of help to us, and further, they might even become allies. However, in this changed world, with a very high probability, people are our enemies, the only beings that can gain our trust, then deceive us and stab us in the back. That's what people are. Monsters that are only human in form. What shall we do? Should we bypass them?
No.
I sighed. We still need to make contact. We might be able to get medicine. I took the lead towards the building where the light was flickering. Eliza and Sid, exchanging glances, cautiously followed me. As I walked without stopping, Celendian's voice from the dream I had earlier suddenly came to mind. Do you often have nightmares? What is it that you fear most? I shook my head vigorously and strode towards the campfire, not knowing if those around it were enemies or allies. Chapter 778. Fortunately, the survivor group wasn't hostile towards us. No, they were more than just not hostile, they were friendly. And for good reason. Prince Ash. How long has it been? They were familiar faces. King Miller Ariane of the Aryan Kingdom greeted me warmly and offered a handshake. I grasped his thin hand and shook it. Miller, it's been a long time. I'm glad to see you alive. We Aryan people are used to this kind of weather. A mere blizzard can't kill Miller Ariane. His once muscular body had shriveled unimpressively, but his eyes still shone as brightly as they did 15 years ago. I didn't bother asking about Yoon. In a world like this, there's nothing more foolish than inquiring about someone who isn't present. After briefly catching up on how we'd been doing, I brought up my original purpose. Is there any chance we could get some medical supplies? We have many wounded. Medical supplies? We're not well stocked ourselves, but we'll contribute what we can. Miller instructed his subordinates to gather medical supplies. His subordinates, with dull, lifeless eyes, nodded vaguely before disappearing into the shadows of the dark city. After sending his subordinates away, Miller drew close to me and lowered his voice. So, Prince Ash, you have it, don't you?
Pardon?
Have what? Why, the one thing that can turn everything around in an instant, of course. Miller clenched his fist with his one remaining arm. The one thing that can topple those cursed monsters covering this land and save the world in one go. You have it, right? I was at a loss for words. No such method exists. The world has already ended, can never return to its former state. Even knowing this, I searched for a miracle that might not exist. Because if I didn't believe in such a miracle, there would be no reason to live on. So, the best I could manage was this response. I'm still searching for it myself. Miller's face, which had retained a hint of a smile, hardened. He must have read the resignation and fatigue in my voice, in my face. I see, so that's how it is. He chuckled hollowly while stroking his unkempt beard. Prince Ash, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but I'm sure you'll find it in the end. No matter where or how long you search, if it's you. Silence fell. An awkward atmosphere filled the area around the bonfire. Ahem. Miller cleared his throat and brightened up as he spotted his subordinates returning from afar. Oh, here come my men. Hey, how much medicine do we have left? Clink, clink. But in the hands of the approaching subordinates were blades instead of medical supplies. Moreover, their numbers had swelled far beyond those who had initially dispersed. It seemed they had gathered all their comrades scattered throughout the city. Elias, Sid, and I calmly remained seated in front of the bonfire, glancing at the survivors swarming to surround us. But Miller was visibly flustered. What are you doing, you fools? This is supposed to be a welcoming gathering for our esteemed guests. Put down those blades at once. Your Majesty, please step aside. Among those surrounding us, a gaunt, middle-aged woman spat out words while gripping a rusty kitchen knife. We all know, Prince Ash, this man was the commander of the World Guardian Front. This man had the responsibility to protect the world. If he had done his job properly, the world wouldn't have ended so horrifically. I closed my tired eyes. The middle-aged woman screamed in a hoarse voice. It's all because of you, Prince Ash. It's all your fault. If you had done things right, the world would have been safe, and my children wouldn't have had to die so miserably. All these failures are your responsibility, so you should take responsibility. Why are you still shamelessly alive? The survivors surrounding us took a step closer in unison. The ominously raised weapons gleamed red, reflecting the bonfire's light and their hostility. Atone with your life. At least die now. Apologize to my children who died first. To this world that died first. Miller stood up abruptly and shouted. You fools! Stop this nonsense. Don't try to stop us, Your Majesty. Isn't this world over anyway? Stop being so formal. Let's kill these bastards and finally feast on human flesh. Miller's intervention was futile. The next moment, the survivors who had been slowly closing in rushed at me all at once, shouting. I didn't dodge. I had several means to block their attack, and I was too tired to even move to avoid it. But something completely unexpected happened. Thud. Thud, thud. Miller intercepted the attack meant for me, taking it with his body. Kohak! Miller! Several blades pierced his old, skinny body and were pulled out along with spurts of blood. Not just me, but even the survivors who had thrust their blades were shocked. "Why, your majesty? Why?" "Hook! Hook! Cook!" Spewing blood from his wounded body, Miller muttered, "Who dares to throw stones at this man?" Everyone who was on that front knows. Without this man, the world would have ended long ago. Because of this man, hope existed in this world. Miller raised his empty sleeve. It revealed the burn scar from the Black Dragon's flames. He still considered that wound a glorious medal. "I remember that miraculous moment when this man brought sunlight back to the world. So, if you want to throw stones at this man, Hook, kill me first. Until I die, never." The survivors were taken aback, but gradually their eyes changed. Their hands gripping the blades tightened. "Yeah, we're sick of your pathetic old tales, your majesty. Give us one last meal to fill our hungry stomachs before you go. Kill all 4 of them. Let's feast tonight." Even in a situation where the people he once led had all betrayed him and were pointing blades at him, Miller stood firm on trembling legs, as if trying to protect me. I stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, Miller." "Hook! Hook! Prince Ash." He looked back at me with trembling eyes. It was an era where everything was being tested. Humanity, beliefs, banners, will, all of it. I was no exception. In this ruined world devoid of hope, I was about to give up on finding salvation. I was about to accept the slowly withering fate. But even in times like these, this old king showed that there are still people who genuinely believe in me. So, I spoke with sincerity. "Thank you." Perhaps reading the determination returning to my eyes instead of resignation. A smile slowly formed on Miller's blood-stained lips as he stared blankly back at me. "I see. That's enough." Thud. Miller collapsed. The old king was dead. I quietly looked down at him, fallen in the pool of his own blood, then turned to survey the survivors surrounding us once more. To those gripping blades and revealing their individual hatreds and desires, I spoke softly. "I kill monsters. I protect humans. That has been my lifelong creed." I reached out my hand towards them. "And still, I want to protect you all." "It's not too late. Everyone, put down your weapons. Please don't become monsters. Remain human. Especially in times like these. Someone must remain a lantern. Someone must remain a beacon. Someone must remain a flag. If the world's destruction is my responsibility, then protecting the last of humanity is also my responsibility. Rekindling that spark in people is also my responsibility. Don't become monsters like them. Even if it's difficult and painful, let's live as humans until the very end." The expressions of the survivors were varied. Some burned with even more intense hatred as if the idea was absurd. Some wavered and were confused. Some had trembling eyes. I calmly waited in front of these bewildered and restless people. But in the end, "Don't make me laugh. We'll kill you, Prince Ash." Once the faint emotions evaporated, what remained in the survivors' eyes was deep-rooted hatred. "Save your pretty words for hell. Now that even that useless old man Miller is dead, we have nothing to hold us back. We'll gladly become monsters if that's what it takes to survive in this hellish world. Meat. Meat. Give us meat, right? This is reality, I suppose." Still, I tried to persuade them until the very end. I tried to make even one person regain their senses. But then,
Boom!
a sound echoed from afar. Everyone turned their heads towards it as if on cue.
Boom!
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 The heavy sound gradually drew closer. The survivors swallowed their panic screams and one by one dropped the blades from their hands. Confusion and despair appeared on everyone's faces. They all knew the identity of this sound. "Your Highness!" Elias, who had hurriedly stomped out the bonfire, shouted. "Hide!" Elias urgently led me and Sid behind a ruined pillar.
Boom! Boom. Boom.
At the same time, the sound began to intensify, as if something very heavy was rushing across the ground. And the moment after we hid behind the pillar, Quabum, crushing all the collapsed ruins, 3 giant statues appeared amidst a cloud of dust. Beings that appear to hunt humans by reading the negative emotions that surge when people are hostile to each other. One of the worst monsters of the apocalyptic era. Tam Jin Chi. The giant statues with heads of a rooster, a snake, and a pig, their eyes flashing blood red, raised their weapons. Then they spoke in monotone voices. Always greedy, always full of anger, always foolish, O humans. The 3 spoke simultaneously. Come, let us journey together towards nirvana. And they began their hunt for humans. Whoosh, splat dash. With every dance of the giant crescent blade, twin halberd, and 4-pronged spear, the necks and heads of the survivors who were alive just moments ago separated, spraying blood in all directions. Aya! Run away dash. It's Tam Jin Chi. We can't beat them. Hurry and ESC. A man who had been shouting at the top of his lungs was caught in the hand of a giant statue, and his upper and lower body were torn apart. The man continued screaming for a long time even after his lower body was thrown far away. You damned monster! Back then you took my children dash. The middle-aged woman from earlier charged at the giant statue with her kitchen knife. But the next moment she was struck by the statue's fist, and her blood and flesh exploded in mid-air, splattering everywhere. A massacre occurred. Those who quickly hid in various ruins like us survived, but those who were outside were horribly slaughtered. Kook! As I slowly began to raise my magical power, a panicked Elias stopped me. Your Highness, what are you doing? But the people. We can't defeat those monsters now. You know that. We need to hide and look for a chance to escape. Then Sid muttered quietly. It's too late to escape anyway. What? More are coming, Sid murmured, looking around with eyes tinged with a faint magical light. Other monsters too. Whoosh! From beyond the ash-covered land, the ground approached like a wave. No, it wasn't a wave. It was an innumerable horde of rats. In the center of that rat horde was a single massive lump of flesh. Mother Rat! It was the monster I often called the Great Rat Mother, the mother of all rats. In other words, it meant that the main force of rats that had swallowed this world had arrived here. Aya! It's the rat horde. The rats have appeared. If we're swallowed, it's over. Hurry and run. Those who tried to flee outside the city were terrified and tried to come back into the ruins, but it was already too late. The wave of rats, moving at a speed far superior to humans, engulfed the survivors. Those swallowed by that wave couldn't even scream before their flesh was torn off and their blood sucked dry in a matter of seconds. The bodies, turned to skeletons in an instant, rolled on the ground. And it didn't end there. Clop, 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 the sound of hooves. Along with the swift sound of galloping hooves, for centaurs appeared. They were each wrapped in plague, flame, water, and ice. The 4 generals of the Apocalypse Knights. This is truly going from bad to worse. As I shuddered, Sid added, This isn't the end. What? When I turned to look, Sid's face was paler than I'd ever seen it. It's looking this way. It's coming towards us. Sid's eyes trembled as he looked at me. The real enemy. The next moment, boom! With an earth-shaking roar, the sky split open. The sky, always black with swirling smoke, cracked open to reveal the undulating darkness of another world. Countless eyes blinked incessantly through the crack, peering down at the ground. And following that path in the sky, under the clouds and in the starlight, 2 beings descended. One of them was a woman with her face covered by a mourning veil, its edges burned. The dress she wore also had its hem and sleeve ends burned, and the tall crown on her head was also scorched black. Even her long white hair, almost trailing on the ground, had blackened ends. The sleepless lake princess. The worst enemy, and once my friend. and beside her, it's been a while, Ash, wearing a blackened mask that constantly emitted dark smoke, with a crown of thorns atop the smiling mask. Dressed in a white royal outfit completely blackened at the edges, with a white cloak also blackened at the edges, there stood a jester. I spat out his name. Crown. Then the crown jester smiled behind his mask and asked, in a low, deep, pleasant voice, "How is it? Have you gotten used to this nightmarish life yet?" Chapter 779. 3 types of monsters swirl around the ruins, closing in. Countless rats led by the great rat mother devour everything alive. Tamjin Chi and the 108 defilement statues chant corrupted sutras, driving humans mad and making them kill each other. The Apocalypse Knights, led by the 4 horsemen, negate human life itself through plague, famine, war, and death. They destroy human habitats. They destroy human hearts. They destroy human life itself. As if born for this purpose, the monsters ravage the world of the apocalypse. The ruined city is already filled with human corpses. As prey diminishes, the 3 monster groups begin to fight each other. The rat swarm surges like a wave, climbing over the giant statues, Tamjin Chi. The colossal statues, unconcerned about the rats clinging to them, chant the most horrific sutras towards the Apocalypse Knights. And the Apocalypse Knights brandish their bows, great swords, scales, and scythes to slaughter the rats. Ha! In the middle of this surreal battlefield, Sid let out a quiet sigh. We only came to find medicine, as we had done for the past 15 years, saying goodbye to comrades, moving our shelter, eating rat meat, searching ruins, fighting other survivor groups. We were just trying to live another day like that. But now, the destruction of everything was right before us. Boom, 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 boom. The monsters, having long since discovered our location, rushed towards us through the gaps in the ruins. Clap dash. As Sid clapped his hands and spread them outwards, a massive ring of light formed, cleanly erasing all the monsters that had swarmed the area. But pushing back the enemies was only momentary. Their empty spaces were immediately filled by the next wave of monsters rushing towards us. Thud. Elise, who had stepped in front of me, planted her sword coffin into the ground and spat out the activation words as if chewing them. Sword coffin deploy. Without even looking back at the widely opening sword coffin, Elise charged towards the pouring monsters and shouted, Sword 2, Sword 4, Sword 7, Sword 12, Sword 13. Damn it. Just launch all the weapons we can use. Wong. Thwack. 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 Various swords shot out from the sword coffin like rockets, raining down like a bombardment on Elise's position. Elise caught these swords in midair one after another and struck down the monsters approaching nearby. She brutally sliced through the grotesquely transformed ratmen, the defilement statues spewing evil sutras, and the Apocalypse Knights shooting curses with fluttering cloaks. Clang, clang, slash. As the enemies were also tough and resilient, Elise's swords didn't last long before breaking. But Elise paid no mind, discarding the used sword and grabbing the next one to thrust into the enemy's head. Sid cleared the surroundings whenever magic gathered, and Elise directly dealt with the enemies that broke through that magic. This alone maintained some balance on the front line, but we still couldn't break free from their encirclement. And far in the sky, 2 beings, the Sleepless Lake Princess and Crown, were approaching us moment by moment. At this rate, escape was impossible and we would be caught by them. Phew! I closed my eyes and opened them, slowly awakening the dragon's power within me. Grewer. The earth vibrated slightly, announcing the dragon's descent to the world. Panic Sid turned to me urgently and shouted, Lord, you mustn't. What's there to mustn't in this situation? More monsters swarmed in, to the point where even Sid's magic could no longer fully drive them away. Cuff! I saw Elise's prosthetic arm being caught and torn off by the enemies as she fought bravely. There's no more time to hesitate. I awakened all the dragon heart and dragon blood within me in one breath. Ugh! My vision alternated between black and red. I felt my existence instantly distancing itself from being human. Having called upon the dragon's power too often after the apocalypse, I had now reached the point where my sense of self was corrupted every time I used the dragon's power. Memories are lost, and the wills of the black dragon and red dragon mix, repel, and clash within me. From the beginning, I was an existence patched together to continue fighting through stage 50. It's only natural that I'm going mad after using it for another 15 years. It doesn't matter. I took a deep breath, and towards the direction where the monsters were gathered most thickly, I exhaled with all my might. Wawork, dragon breath. Black and red flames that couldn't mix shot out, pushing each other aside and burning everything in their path. Ugh! I tasted blood inside my burned throat. As my winter coat burned away from the heat of the breath, my upper body, including my neck, was exposed to the world. My body covered in black and red dragon scales. Ha! Cough! Cough! I coughed violently and spat out blood. My body was a bit of a mess, but thanks to that, a path has opened. All the monsters in one direction were swept away by the breath and annihilated. Elias, who had run to me, supported me and shouted, "Your Highness, this way!" As we barely broke through the encirclement and escaped, the survivors of the World Guardian Front were rushing to meet us. They had been waiting, knowing a battle had broken out. "We must escape this city immediately," I shouted urgently. Other monsters are a problem, but the two worst enemies of the Lake Kingdom are descending to the ground. Before we're caught, hurry dash. But perhaps it was our downfall that we had spent time breaking through the monsters' encirclement. Before I could finish speaking, a woman in a dress, floating down from the sky, gently landed between me and my comrades. Under the split sky, shimmering starlight scattered around the woman. The ends of her pale white dress, as if not of this world, had turned black, glowing ominously with the darkness of another realm. Beyond the pure white morning veil covering her face, I could see teal eyes that were once familiar, but now devoid of human emotion. I uttered in a trembling voice, "Nameless," with the vain hope that my old friend might recognize my voice and return to how she was before. But of course that was impossible. Whoosh dash! Black energy gathered in the sleepless lake princess's hand, condensing into the shape of a long sword, and the monster swung it vertically. Slash dash! Sid, who had rushed towards me urgently, pushed me aside. The blow unleashed by the sleepless lake princess narrowly grazed me, and the trajectory of that sword split the world from sky to ground. The torn sky pours down, and the split earth collapses. We can't win. She's not that kind of existence to begin with. She could only have been killed before she was completed as a monster within the Lake Kingdom. Having escaped the Lake Kingdom and become the embodiment of all nightmares, she is literally invincible. "We'll buy time, Your Highness. Escape!" Elias, gripping a broken sword, urgently commanded the people. "Sid, I'm counting on you with His Highness." "Yes." Sid, who had nodded silently, supported me. I shouted urgently, "What are you saying, Elias? If we're escaping, we should go together dash. Your Highness is our flag." Elias said, biting down on a navy blue dagger. "Especially in a world like this, please keep flying until the very last moment possible. I'll entrust this sword coffin to Your Highness. The wills of those who fell before us remain inside." After pushing her sword coffin towards me, finally, giving me a complex look, Elias dashed towards the sleepless lake princess. "Wah dash! Block the monster as much as you can. Buy time dash!" All the remaining members of the World Guardian Front charged towards the enemy commander, shouting, "Take this, my master's enemy dash!" The dagger Elias thrust out with her final shout failed to leave any wound on the sleepless lake princess's body. The next moment, after confirming Elias being shredded and blown apart by the black energy, I tightly closed my eyes and turned my body in the opposite direction. While my people bought time with their lives, I fled with Sid's support, carrying the sword coffin. Once again, as we had done for the past 15 years, Perhaps it was because the sky had split. Ash no longer fell. Sid and I were crossing a white ice field under an unusually clear night sky. Ha, ha, ha. Sid exhaled irregular breaths. We walked like that for a while, leaning on each other. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Sid and I held onto each other and barely withstood the gale. And when the strong wind stopped, the white ash covering the ice field was completely swept away. The cleanly frozen plain perfectly reflected the clear night sky. Starlight bloomed like flowers on the earth. Wow! Forgetting the current situation, Sid let out an exclamation like an innocent child. I know this isn't the time to say this, Lord, but isn't it beautiful? Yeah, it really is beautiful, I murmured, surveying this landscape with Sid. It's like a flower field. A flower field? What's that? A field where lots of flowers are planted. Sid, who had never seen flowers or fields since the world became like this, didn't quite understand my words. But, I guess that flower field thing must be this pretty too, he said, as if somehow understanding. Thud. Right after Sid collapsed, I hurriedly caught the child and checked his condition. There was a long gash across Sid's chest. It seemed to be a wound from when he pushed me away from the Sleepless Lake Princess's attack. He had sealed it with magic and walked this far, but it was a wound that couldn't heal, and he had reached his limit. Looking back at the path we had walked, I could see droplets of blood scattered here and there. My face contorted. Had I really walked all this way, gladly accepting the support of the child, not knowing my godson had such a wound? Haha, looks like this is as far as I go. Sid, mumbling with blood in his mouth in my arms, looked up at me with clear eyes. Do you regret it, Lord? That choice that day, do you regret it? I kept my mouth shut. It was the content of that conversation I had with Sid not long ago. If I had gone to find Nameless and killed her before the final defense battle began. If I had prevented the Sleepless Lake Princess from descending to the human world. If I had given up on the true ending and instead achieved the ordinary ending we had in the game. We might not have seen this worst future. Then my people and Sid could have lived in a better world than now. That's when. Don't regret it. Sid continued calmly. Mom said so, that you fought to save the world, Lord. That if you hadn't been there, the world would have ended long ago. That you willingly took the lead on a path that everyone else in the world doubted, found difficult, and didn't want to take. You walked the path you believed was right, didn't you, Lord? If you have no shame in that choice, don't regret it. The child's young voice held clear conviction. I think the reason my mom and other people followed you with their lives was because that path of yours was right. So, for the sake of those who followed your flag, instead of regret, please fight until the very end. As I looked into the child's eyes, I asked, Sid, being born into a world like this, weren't you unhappy? Then Sid blinked quietly and looked up at the sky. Do you remember? When I was very young. That day, like this, the sky was unusually clear. A faint smile formed on the child's lips as he recalled the old memory. Everyone went to play on a hill covered in ash near our hideout. They said they'd give me a sled ride. I followed excitedly, not even knowing what a sled was. They put me on the last remaining sack of wheat, and Uncle Zennies and Brother Damien took turns sitting behind me. They gave me sled rides from the top of the ash-covered hill to the bottom. Sid's face, as he talked about the memory, had somehow regained the innocent and cute look that a child his age should have. Master Diarmuiden and Sister Junior nagged that we should have magic lessons while the weather was clear, but before long they were waiting for their turn on the sled too. Haha, at the end, they even had a competition to see which was faster, the fire sled or the wind sled. After playing excitedly like that until the sun went down, when we returned, dinner was being prepared outside the hideout. I still remember what Mom said that evening. She said, "The weather is nice today, so let's eat out. And since we're eating out, Let's have a special meal. I know. Everyone knows. This world is hell. It would be a lie to say it wasn't painful, but there were definitely happy moments. Absurd, nonsensical, nothing goes as I want. Even if I painfully overcome the hurdle right in front of me, it's still only painful. A hell where no one but a saint could possibly live. But, even in such a world, I liked those moments. The child remembers moments that shone like stars. I remember too. Those moments that bloomed between all those difficult days, beautiful like a field of flowers bloomed from weeds. Sid smiled brightly at me. It wasn't a bad life. I gritted my teeth. Clenching my fists, I widened my eyes as they grew hot. And I too smiled at the child. Same here. We're living in this wretched landscape. But does that mean we'll give up on the strategy? No. So, I won't have any regrets. The strategy must continue. Until the very moment life stops. I'll fight. Believing in the path I've chosen, steadfastly. Without giving up. Thud. At that moment, someone landed on the far side of the ice field where Sid and I were. Sa, the final boss, spreading a suffocating evil aura. The sleepless lake princess. And her brother, the Demon King's proxy, the one who made this world like this. The Pied Piper. Crown. Is this as far as you go, Ash? He muttered from behind his black smiling mask. This nightmare lasted 15 years before reaching its end. Truly remarkable willpower. That's right. Well then, shall we repeat it once more? The nightmare you fear the most, that this nightmarish world, is none other than Stage 49 itself. Chapter 780. Yes, this is inside your nightmare. Crown approached, speaking. To be precise, it's inside the world's nightmare, where all of humanity's nightmares gather and stagnate. As I listened to Crown's words, my hazy consciousness gradually became clearer, as if waking from a long dream, and I started to remember what happened before I entered this world of nightmares. After Stage 48 ended, after seeing Sid's first steps and first words, a few days after we started preparing for Stage 49, strange phenomena began to engulf Crossroad. Some of those who fell asleep continued to sleep, never to wake again. No one in this world, not even the strongest warrior, can avoid sleep. But once asleep, there was a high chance of losing consciousness. One soldier who woke up just before losing consciousness among those who had fallen asleep reported to me. I heard the sound of a flute in my dream. The sound of a flute? Yes, a very sorrowful and mournful, and somehow eerie flute sound. People continued to lose consciousness. Everyone went to bed trembling with fear every night. They fell asleep terrified of hearing the flute sound in their dreams. And when there were far more unconscious people than those awake, when news started to spread that this endless sleep was spreading to other nearby cities and countries, that's when it appeared in the sky above Crossroad. A massive sphere of darkness, rippling like liquid. The Sky Knights attempted to approach it from the air, but the moment even a hair's breadth touched it, they immediately lost consciousness and fell. And these knights, too, never regained consciousness. The mages from the front didn't take long to identify the nature of this sphere. It's a materialized nightmare. This is a nightmare? Yes. We suspect it's formed by the nightmares of those currently unconscious, all gathered together. Materialized nightmares were separating from the bodies of sleeping people, bubbling up into the air. The sight was chillingly similar to the countless dark cocoons that exist in the Lake Kingdom. An emergency strategy meeting was immediately convened. We quickly grasped the principle of the magic, but the completion and intricacy of the spell are too exquisite. It seems to be using some lost ancient magic. I asked the front mages presiding over the meeting. So can we break it or not? To put it simply, we can't dispel it from the outside. Junior explained, breaking out in a cold sweat. The nightmares gathered in the sky are, so to speak, the result. What we need to dispel is the cause of this phenomenon, which is estimated to be in the core of that nightmare. You mean Element decomposition. Won't work? That's right. What use is it to dry up a puddle if it keeps raining? It's the same principle. This phenomenon, it's not a mental status ailment either. Having nightmares is actually a natural thing for humans. Gathering them operates on a different principle from the mental realm. This means it's not the kind of phenomenon I can counter with unyielding commander. As I clutched my forehead, feeling a headache coming on, Junior continued. However, while it's difficult to dispel from the outside, if we can find the core from the inside, it shouldn't be hard to dispel. If we have a catalyst to send our elites into that nightmare, we can dispel the spell from within and save people from the nightmare. But what could we use as a catalyst and how? After closing my eyes and pondering for a moment, I took a deep breath and said, I'll go in myself. I'll be the catalyst. Naturally, my subordinates protested, but I was certain. The only one who could act as a catalyst, maintaining their sense of self without being swallowed by that massive nightmare, and call in allies from the inside, could only be me, because I was the most accustomed to this kind of trial. Above all, we're running out of time. Most of those affiliated with the front had already fallen, and this strange phenomenon had spread across the entire southern continent. At this rate, it seemed poised to engulf the entire continent in just a bit more time. Before the land was swept away by the waves of nightmares, I had to trust in myself and dive in. Finally, just after my deployment was confirmed, one hesitant hero asked, Your Highness, but even if you succeed in your mission, isn't it possible that we might fail? It was Violet the illusionist. I quietly gazed back at her. Couldn't we all fall asleep and be swallowed by the nightmare, unable to endure? Then even if your Highness acts as a catalyst in there, wouldn't it all be meaningless? No, Violet. I smiled and looked around at the heroes gathered in the conference room. You will endure without fail. I know it. I surveyed the faces of my people surrounding me, one by one. My warriors who were still standing, looking at me with clear eyes, not yet succumbing to the nightmare. This wasn't a baseless belief. I knew very well that they would not yield to nightmares. So, I'll be back, trusting in my comrades and no one else. I decided to willingly plunge into the nightmares of my people. When I call, you must come to save me, okay? And so, back to now. At the edge of some nightmare, I'm holding the dying 16-year-old Sid in my arms, facing Crown who stands right in front of me. Ha! Exhaling a white breath, I felt my consciousness gradually clearing. I felt myself awakening to my original self, escaping from the 15-year nightmare. The principle behind how Crown could control monsters with his flute all this time. It was because he had inherited the authority to rule over nightmares from the Demon King. And now, as the Demon King's proxy with all authority over nightmares amplified, he exercised his power to the fullest. He extended his dominion even to the nightmares of people in the mortal world, forcibly abducting their consciousness and collecting nightmares. What we have to face in this defense battle is none other than nightmare itself. And it was the nightmares of my people, no less. This is the world's nightmare, Crown uttered calmly. It's the culmination of everything humanity fears. And right now, what your people fear most is the end of the world. An era where doom approaches before our eyes. All sorts of mythical monsters invading the mortal world. An endless night falling, news of the annihilation of elite forces gathered from all over the world spreading everywhere. It was only natural for people to fear the end. And Ash, you represent everyone living in the mortal world. The worst future among your memories, the most terrible and painful one, has been realized as a nightmare experienced by everyone in the world, adapted to your current situation. In other words, this ruined world. Is it saying that the worst iteration I actually experienced in the past has been recreated as a nightmare shared by everyone in the world? I quietly looked down at Sid dying in my arms. This is not just a story in a dream. In some world line I don't remember, people continued such a difficult and miserable life after the end. Some young boy born and raised in such a world would have met such a pitiful and sad end. And if I fail and die in this nightmare, you make me repeat this post-apocalyptic world from the beginning. Is that it? That's right. Until you despair, give up, and declare surrender yourself. Until the moment your heart breaks. This world repeats infinitely. And this time dash. No, don't tell me how many repetitions it's been. I glared at Crown with a bitter smile. I'll fight to the very last end anyway. Do you really think you can bear the nightmare of all the people you represent? The nightmare that this world itself is having? Crown narrowed his eyes behind his mask. I know that this is similar to the hardships his younger sister, Nameless, experienced. That's why I answered proudly, chest out. That's why I'm here, Crown. Crown smiled bitterly in return and pulled out his flute. No matter how hard you try, your world will never be saved. Never. You'll just wander this hell for eternity. Then I will fight for eternity. I slowly rose to my feet. If that is my mission, I will simply do so. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of monsters approaching could be heard from afar. Countless monsters revealed themselves, surrounding the ice field where we stood. In an eternally repeating nightmare, like my poor sister, Crown blew his flute. Embrace all the nightmares of the people you tried to save, and be crushed to death. Pythei. With a long, sorrowful sound, an infinite number of monsters from all directions, and the sleepless lake princess, advanced towards me. I quietly observed this massive tidal wave of monsters. Now I could understand. This is my fear. The nightmare brought on by my fear that all those who follow me might fall into suffering due to my wrong choices. Perhaps even at this moment I am afraid. Knowing well the meaning hung on my flag, the number of lives shouldered on my shoulders, I fear the path I must tread. But I also know that there are those who believed my path was not wrong even in a world like this. That there are those who told me not to regret. So, I continue my strategy. I walk my path. I fight in my own way. This is your nightmare. But it's also a world where monsters have triumphed. Crown shouted mockingly at me, surrounded by infinite monsters. Every time, always, you spoke as if you knew better, but you always lost. Nothing will change this time.
No.
I answered with conviction. This time is different. I lightly kicked open the lid of something at my feet. It was the coffin that this world's allies had handed over, and Sid had carried all the way here. A collection of my comrades' relics. The sword coffin. Clank dash. Inside the open sword coffin were only shattered, broken weapons. They were all so completely destroyed that they were utterly unusable. They were so thoroughly damaged that I couldn't even remember their exact names. I picked up one of them. It was a completely smashed magic gun. With the barrel itself gone, only the trigger and handle remained in an ugly shape. But as I grasped its handle, the battles I had fought with this gun came vividly to mind, clearing my consciousness. And the name of the equipment I couldn't remember began to come back clearly. Yes, the name of this magic gun is... No, Black Queen. The moment I uttered the full name of the equipment. Click, click, click. As particles of light gathered in the air, the broken magic gun was restored. A long barrel sprouted above the handle that had only the trigger left, and beautiful decorations bloomed in succession. And right after Black Queen was fully restored in midair, flash, the particles of light gathered even more intensely, forming a human shape, and snatched that magic gun. A young man with brown curly hair tied back and brown eyes shining like stars. The strongest sniper of the monster front and my eternal trigger. It was Damien. Did you sleep well, Your Highness? As Damien flashed a bright smile beside him. Flash, flash, flash dash. The other broken equipment also rose into the air one by one, shining brilliantly as they were restored, and their owners appeared in this nightmare as reinforcements, equipping their gear. A mage with a red staff, a martial artist wrapped in a silver cloak, a shield knight wearing a helmet combined with a laurel wreath. A dwarf wielding a hammer and chisel, an elf with daggers and a bow, an old man in a black feathered robe. My comrades appeared endlessly from within the dazzling light, forming a protective circle around me. I whispered quietly, "Welcome, those who have faced their fears, those who have already overcome their most terrifying nightmares. In my front, we call them this Nightmare Slayers, tearing through the dark night sky into the world's nightmare. My nightmare slayers, who never succumbed to fear, appeared one after another.